Chapter 603. Ying was already furious. Her eyes looked like they were about to spit fire, but her heart felt like it had been doused with cold water. She was suffering from both ice and fire. When she heard Jiasen's voice, she turned her head fiercely and glared at Jiasen with her fiery eyes. She turned her head just in time to let Jiasen see her snow-white face. She was so angry. It felt so good. She was so angry at herself. She looked like she was about to get a heat stroke. Looking at Jiasen, who always felt sorry for her, Ying said fiercely, "Don't be so smug. We don't know who will have the last laugh. All of you, just you wait. Just you wait. I won't let Yi Qian off. Don't be so ungrateful. Ying, if you dare do anything to Jane Eyre, Jiasen will be the first to come after you." Jiasen couldn't even be reasoned with. She couldn't take it anymore and scolded in a low voice, "Who do you think you are? You're not as good as Jane Eyre in literature and Jane Eyre in martial arts. You're not even as good as Jane Eyre. Just you wait. Well, wait. I'll wait for you to suffer a crushing defeat." Jiasen knew at a glance that Yi Ying, who had gone crazy, wouldn't stop. Seeing her good friend Yi Qian become the center of attention, the anger in her heart because of Yi Ying dissipated bit by bit. She smiled and said, "This time, I really have to thank you for letting Jane Eyre shine. From now on, who in the school doesn't know about Year 2 Class 1's Yi Qian? Thank you, Ying." She could threaten Yi Ying and warn her, but she definitely couldn't thank her. She was the one who had personally brought Yi Qian to success time and time again. This was undoubtedly a great insult, and Yi Ying couldn't accept it. Jiasen's words were like a soft knife stabbing into Yi Ying's heart, causing her to feel pain. "Shut up." Yi Ying's voice was distorted as she stared at the back of Jiasen, who was about to return to her original position. She was so anxious that her hands clenched into fists, and her body suddenly tilted and fell limply onto Meng Wen's body when Jiasen returned to her original position. He was angry and furious. Coupled with the unwillingness in his heart, he finally fainted for real. She was so angry that she fainted. Meng Wen had been sitting beside her the whole time. When Jiasen opened her mouth, she was so embarrassed that she couldn't raise her head. She even moved her body to the side, not wanting to hear such embarrassing words. However, when Ying fell, she was so scared that she screamed. Unfortunately, the applause was so loud that only the girl on her right could hear her scream. Even her classmates behind her could not hear her. Fortunately, the 10 students who had picked on Yi Qian were all standing at the front. Yi Ying had fainted, and the soldiers who were in charge of maintaining order were the first to notice. It was common for girls to faint during military training, so the soldiers did not panic. They contacted the medics, and 2 minutes later, a stretcher came to carry Yi Ying away. Fainting was a good thing. At the very least, she could avoid the upcoming storm. No one paid attention to the fact that Yi Ying had fainted. It wasn't a heart attack. Everyone's attention was on Yi Qian, who had returned to the team. Loud screams, long cheers, and the warmest applause welcomed the return of Yi Qian, whom everyone worshipped. Meng Wen also wanted to leave. She usually liked to fight with Yi Qian because without Yi Qian, she would have one less strong competitor in class, and she would have a better chance of getting into a top university. Chapter 604. Unfortunately, Yi Qian was here, and he was so good at it. She couldn't take it lying down. He was already so good, but he still had to take up the teacher's time in class. This made her even angrier. She wanted to make her suffer during the military training, but, in the end, she was the one being put in a spot. The remaining 9 people wished they could find a hole to hide in. Luo Ran, who was being restrained by an unfamiliar instructor, ate a mouthful of dust. His head was pressed against the ground, and his facial features were squeezed out of shape. He couldn't move his body at all. He couldn't see Yi Qian's performance in these 40 minutes, but he could hear the cheers. Luo Ran hated himself for being restrained by this soldier. Otherwise, he would have rushed up and cheered for him. All the instructors returned to their respective classes. They were greeted by the enthusiastic applause of their classmates. Even though their palms were burning, they didn't want to stop for a long time. Yao Jing's applause was just for show. She didn't make a single sound. How could she be happy when someone she didn't like won so beautifully? She couldn't be happy. She only wanted to destroy the person who was like the moon surrounded by stars. She wanted to hide her light and warmth in the darkness. She would never be able to see the light again. Wang Dandan, who was standing beside her, glanced at her with a smile. Her gaze moved slightly as she continued to applaud her instructors. She also gave her applause to Yi Qian, a girl whom she admired. Jing, I think Yi Qian isn't a simple person. As for the matter between you and him, I think you should just let it go. Wang Dandan smiled as she spoke amidst the applause. It was as though they were having a normal conversation. She wasn't worried that Yao Jing would fall out with her. You saw it for yourself. Do you think he only trained for 20 to 30 minutes? How is that possible? It's obvious that he only trained for a few years. He doesn't have such a solid foundation. Don't make a mistake. Not only will you offend Yi Qian, but you'll also make Yang Hing stay away from you. Yao Jing's eyes darkened. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled. Dandan, your words have a deeper meaning. But do you think I'll be too harsh on Yi Qian? Are you sure you'll get the same results as you did in junior high if you deal with her so heavily? Wang Dandan turned her head with a sweet smile. She had a pair of small canine teeth, and when she smiled, her teeth were sharp. Although her rosy cheeks were not as pretty as Yao Jing's oval-shaped face, they were as sweet as candy. Didn't your parents come to school last time? What was the result? We're friends. That's why I'm advising you. Of course, it's up to you whether you want to listen or not. I don't think Yang Heng likes someone like Yi Ying. You don't have to extend your love to her. As she spoke, she even blinked her eyes, as if she was implying something. The smile on Yao Jing's face faded as she looked at her best friend with a cold gaze. After a long while, she chuckled and said, Love the crow, love the crow. That seems to be the case. After all, Yang Heng told me that he was interested in Ying. He's my brother. Wang Dandan didn't say anything else. She frowned slightly and stopped trying to persuade her. She had known Yao Jing since junior high. Because of their families, they had a good relationship. She knew Yao Jing quite well. She had tried to persuade her, but Yao Jing still hadn't come to her senses. It seemed like only Yang Heng could persuade her. Chapter 605. Yi Qian was indeed not someone to be trifled with. Having grown up in a business family, Wang Dandan quickly realized that Yi Qian was the most beneficial person to her. She had made up her mind not to trifle with him. If you don't know the ins and outs of a person, you should never make a move. Hopefully, Yao Jing would be able to figure it out herself. Following Yi Qian's return to his class, the applause from the entire field was like a tidal wave, each wave louder than the one before. There would always be applause, it was just a matter of time. Yi Qian had used the experience of 2 lifetimes to win the applause that came late. Finally, she had added the most beautiful touch to the most beautiful years of her life. With her ability, she had not let down the most beautiful years of her life. In the most beautiful moments of her life, she had not let down her most beautiful self. Under the command of the instructor's whistle, the 8 classes of the 2nd year and the 7 classes of the 3rd year stood at attention and walked in unison back to their original positions. Probably due to Yi Qian's influence, everyone couldn't help but straighten their backs. The chanting of 1, 2, 1, 2, 1 was filled with the vitality of the sun. Behind them was the 2nd year's class 1. They rushed towards the returning Yi Qian. And Jiasun picked her up and threw her high into the air with everyone's help. Amidst the clear laughter, they caught the girl who had brought glory to their class. Yi Qian, you have become the most beautiful scenery in our lifetime memories. With you in our memories, even if we are old, it will still be colorful. Open up the box of memories. Your smile, your elegance today will become the most beautiful memories of our lives. Yi Qian, Yi Qian. Yi Qian, Yi Qian. 1, 2, 3, throw her up. Ah, catch her, catch her. Laughter and military songs filled the air. You sang about your comrades, I sang about the little white poplar. In this spring of youth, with you, me, and him, it was the most beautiful day ever. Yi Qian was so happy that he couldn't control himself. His laughter was like spring water from a mountain stream, splashing out one after another to make people happy. Amidst the laughter, the instructor blew the whistle, signaling the excited students to put down Yi Qian. The stern instructor gave the class time to gather together and form a tight, inseparable group. Just now, the first class had experienced a split, and they needed this kind of positive energy to mend the cracks. And the best person to unite the class was Yi Qian. She used her strength to let the whole class see that her return was not to drag the class down, but to win glory for the class. Students, do any of you still think that your classmates will be your burden? Will I become a burden to you? The instructor's words made the 9 people in the front row blush even more. All of them lowered their heads and no longer had the confidence they had when they had objected. Yi Qian stood in her original position. Behind her, a classmate whispered, "Yi Qian, you're so cool. From now on, I'll only respect you. We almost got into a fight just now. Let's see if the 9 of them still have any face left." They're so embarrassed that they can't even raise their heads. Yi Ying fainted at the right time, or else she would have been embarrassed. Yi Qian had some people in the class who didn't like her, and so did Yi Ying. Yi Qian always smiled at these words. She didn't like to gossip because she felt that no matter whether she said it or not, if this person's character was really bad, others would know, so it didn't matter whether she said it or not. Chapter 606. The instructor in front of them spoke earnestly, explaining why the students had to undergo military training and why they had to be united. The students who quarreled today seemed to have the spirit of collectivism, but in reality, they were all individualists. They were afraid of being implicated, afraid of delaying themselves, afraid of falling behind, afraid of not being able to get first place. They were afraid of this and that, but they never thought of lending a helping hand to their classmates. They never thought about whether they could use their break time to properly teach the students who didn't understand. All you think about is escaping, all you think about is individuals. Students, your behavior has already violated the meaning of our military training, which is to cultivate the strong perseverance and collective spirit of hard work, to cultivate a good style of study and life. You all still have to learn more. In group activities, the spirit of the group is your pillar. This pillar cannot fall, it has to be supported by someone. Those who have the ability to support it, then help those who are less capable. This way, you will be able to go further and faster. It is not to exclude individuals to achieve individual victory. That way, even if an individual wins, it will not be of any use in the group. These words were not only for the 9 students in front of them, but also for the entire class. With the instructor's whistle, the morale of all the students in Class 1 instantly reached a high point. Everyone's morale was high, and even their voices were louder than ever. Yi Qian had used her own actions to prove that not only would she not be a burden to the class, but she would also lead the class to a higher score. Whoever dared to doubt her would have to take a look at themselves first. The instructor seemed to have forgotten about Luo Ran for a moment. He did not expect such a person to exist at all. It was only when the instructors of the class resumed their training that he coldly and resolutely walked towards Luo Ran. The soldier holding Luo Ran down was not an instructor. If Yi Qian were here, she would definitely be able to see that this soldier had a pair of cold eyes as sharp as an eagle's. The area between his thumb and forefinger and fingers were thick with calluses. This was a sniper from the anti-chemical regiment, and he was also an outstanding sniper. Release him and bring him to the infirmary. The instructor looked coldly at the boy who was as weak as a dead fish. To put it bluntly, this kind of brat needed to be taught a lesson. He was still so arrogant even after being taught a lesson for 4 days. He would definitely become a scourge in society. After receiving the order, the soldier lifted Luo Ran up like a little chick. Behave yourself, kid. If you want to eat another mouthful of dirt, I promise you'll have your stomach pumped tonight. Fortunately, he was a student. If he was a soldier in the regiment, he would have been dragged out and taught a lesson. Luo Ran was a stinky and stubborn person. He was used to being arrogant, so how could he bear this kind of humiliation? He wanted to put on airs and be fierce, but when he opened his mouth, it was as if his throat had been burnt. He was so hoarse that he couldn't even say a word. Fuck, just you wait. Don't leave this place if you dare. The instructor laughed instead of getting angry. All right, we'll be waiting. We're not afraid that you won't come looking for us, We're just afraid that you won't dare to come looking for us." He was lawless. It was not easy to teach him a lesson in the army, but if he dared to provoke the soldiers outside of the army, he would be asking for trouble and would have a stain on his record for the rest of his life. In the infirmary, Ying woke up from her coma after being treated by the medics. Just as she regained consciousness, she heard an extremely arrogant voice coming from outside. "Let me go. I'm going to sue you. You're abusing a student. I'm going to sue you." Chapter 607. This was Luo Ran's voice. Ying struggled to open her eyes. Yes, she could still look for Luo Ran and get him to teach Yi Qian a lesson. No, not in the army. He had to do it outside. Also, she couldn't implicate herself. Then, looking for Yao Jing. Tomorrow was a field training and they were going into the mountains. Could she find an opportunity? That's right. This was a good opportunity. She had to seize it. She had to look for Yao Jing and get her to step up. After all, her parents were officials. If something happened, the school couldn't do anything for the sake of Yao Jing's parents. Therefore, after she dragged Yao Jing out, she had to think of a way to get herself out of this mess. She was still on the bed and her brain was still in a semi-conscious state, but her mind was already spinning fast. The door of the hospital opened. The soldier who dragged Luo Ran in said to the military doctor, "I'm afraid he needs to be injected with a tranquilizer." He didn't know the rules in the army. They had to let him know what the rules were and what it meant to follow the rules wherever he went. The military doctor looked at the boy whose right side of his face was bruised and the right side of his body was covered in dust. He knew that he had been taught a lesson. This kid is quite wild. I'm afraid one shot of tranquilizer won't work. I'll need a few more. You decide how many shots to give him. I'll hold him down while you give him the injection. When the soldier spoke, his voice was cold, and it definitely did not sound like he was joking. His hand moved for real, and he flipped Luo Ran over to another bed. The strength of his hand was so strong that Luo Ran roared hoarsely, but there was nothing he could do. He had no way of winning against the soldier. He wanted to show off, but he was in the wrong place. Luo Ran, who wasn't afraid of anything and only knew how to do whatever he wanted, tore his camouflage uniform. As he struggled fiercely, he saw the military doctor walking over with a long needle. The needle was injected, but it wasn't a tranquilizer. It was an anti-inflammatory needle. However, Luo Ran really calmed down. When the needle pierced his skin, he didn't dare to move. The teacher in charge of the school's logistics also rushed to the hospital. Seeing Luo Ran sitting peacefully on the bed, the teacher heaved a sigh of relief. This Luo Ran really knew how to cause trouble. He had never seen such an arrogant student. He even dared to go against the instructor in the army. Why wasn't he afraid that he would be beaten to a pulp? I'm sorry to have troubled you. There are still 2 students in our school who have fainted from heatstroke. I'll have to trouble the military doctor to take a look at them. I'll do the ideological work here. Her own school students had caused trouble, and it was the teacher who had to step forward to apologize and clean up the mess. After they left, the teacher reprimanded Luo Ran. Luo Ran, I don't care what your opinion is, there are still 2 more days of military training. You must behave yourself for the next 2 days. Do you hear me? Who's causing trouble? Who caused trouble? I just ran over to tell the truth. Is that considered causing trouble? Luo Ran had never respected his teachers. The school had recently built 2 computer rooms and more than 100 computers, all donated by his father, so that he could finish high school in China. After taking his family's money, he still wanted him to act like a grandson? The school's attitude towards him was the same. As long as he didn't cause any big trouble and didn't cause any trouble in school, he would be allowed to finish 3 years. The teacher didn't have any requirements for him at all. Anyway, this kind of person wouldn't take the college entrance exam. He only wanted to get a high school diploma. He had no interest in preaching at all. He glared at him coldly and left. Chapter 608. Yi Ying, who was behind the blue folding curtain, waited until the teacher left before she spoke softly. Luo Ran, if you continue to cause trouble, you'll be the one at a disadvantage. At the moment, letting Luo Ran take action was the best way. After all, he hated Yi Jian. Luo Ran, who was about to leave, rushed in and saw Ying with a pale face. lying on the bed within 4 drip. This was a sickly beauty. Luo Ran's eyes lit up as he sat on the bed. When did you come to the infirmary? Fainted from the sun? Didn't you say you didn't have to participate? Why, is the instructor in your class making things difficult for you? Ying knew that Luo Ran had feelings for her, but she didn't want to interact with this kind of person. His face was swollen like a pig's head, but he still pretended to be cool in front of her. Yi Ying's eyes flashed with disgust as she said softly, Yi Qian has been working so hard since he came back. How can I be a burden to the class? It's just that I didn't expect my body to be so weak that I fainted. She fainted from anger, but pretended that her body was weak. It's her again. Don't worry, isn't there a field training tomorrow? Just you wait. I'll deal with her sooner or later. Luo Ran's eyes were fierce as he said maliciously, I'll go back tonight and think about it carefully. I'll definitely have a chance to make a move tomorrow. She didn't even say anything, but he was already planning to make a move. Yi Ying's eyes flashed with joy as she said in a low voice, You've already been targeted by the instructor. If you do anything else, you'll definitely be noticed. Also, Yi Qian performed so well today. Luo Ran, don't be rash. She was reminding Luo Ran to be more careful and cautious. Alright, this has nothing to do with you. It's between me and Yi Qian. The sound of the door being pushed open was heard. Luo Ran immediately shut up and walked out with his hands in his pockets. He saw 2 boys carrying a girl over on a stretcher. He rolled his eyes and left the infirmary as if nothing had happened. Ying was anxious. She hadn't hinted to Luo Ran to pull Yao Jing in. There was still more than half of the 4 drip left. There was no hurry. The field training was tomorrow. She could go after the 4 drip. This time, he must get Yao Jing involved. There were only 2 beds in the infirmary. When the military doctor saw that Ying had woken up, he instructed a boy to pick up the 4 drip and said to Ying, Student, your condition has improved. You have to give up your bed to another girl. It was only 2 hours of training from 2 o'clock in the afternoon to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Some students with weaker physiques would feel a little uncomfortable. It was normal for them to suffer from heat stroke. Ying wanted to lie down, but she could only get up. She glanced at the clock hanging in the infirmary. Her drip would be finished before 5 o'clock, just in time for dinner. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the military training ended with the announcement of the students. The students of Grade 2 Class 1 were still a little confused. Why did it end so quickly today? He didn't feel tired at all. He was still full of energy. Instructor, it's rare that we still have the strength. Why don't we do it for another half an hour? A boy laughed and said from behind, Hurry up, it's expired. It was already rest time, so the instructor was no longer intimidating them. Naturally, the students didn't have to be so tense. After 5 days of interaction, the instructor was pretty good except for when he was training. I also feel that I'm full of energy today. Yi Qian, you are the source of my life. Someone suddenly roared such a sentence. Instantly, the entire class burst into laughter. The source of your life is your mother, not Yi Qian. If you want to find the source, you have to find your mother. Chapter 609. Yi Qian is the strength of our unity. You have to say it like that. Come, let's sing Unity is Strength together. Raise your voices. The instructor was of course very happy. Seeing that his students were all in high spirits, he felt quite proud. Of course, the biggest contributor here was Yi Qian. He was like a catalyst, bringing out all the potential that the students had not yet unleashed. With a shout of, Get ready, the students of Class 1 started singing Unity is Strength in high spirits. It was amazing that they took the lead. The other classes did not want to be outdone. On the way to lunch, they all started to sing. It was really a competition of whose voice was louder and whose voice was in unison. Brothers and sisters of Class 4, do you have any? Yes. Do you want to fight? Fight. Where are the eagles of Class 8? Over here. Dong Fong Chu, battle drum thunder, you want to sing? Who's afraid of who? Class 6 is really unhappy. Singing is not loud, not forcing yourself if you don't sing. Why don't you go stand guard? The entire field was filled with deafening singing. If you can sing well, so can we. Let's see who can win. Singing was originally a tradition in the army. Now, it had also become a tradition in military training. First, it was to unite the morale of the troops and unite the hearts of the people. Second, it was to inspire the hearts of the people and relieve the pressure. In the army, it was to encourage the recruits to persevere. In military training, it was to encourage the students to persevere. They would bleed, sweat, but not cry. They would not fall behind if they lost skin or flesh. Third, and most importantly, it was to liven up the atmosphere. The instructors were very strict to begin with. When they shouted during training, it was scary. It was also not very humane. It was also a bit of a blow to the students. Singing together could close the distance and liven up the atmosphere. They could also get to know the instructors better and get along more harmoniously. Class 1 took the lead and brought the 5 days of training to the climax of livening up the atmosphere. Everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs. Some of them even pulled so hard that the tendons on their necks were exposed. And Xianxia, who had howled until her throat was dry, laughed and said to Yiqian, "Our morale is high. Look at what you've done. The other classes are so envious of us." She did not pay any attention to why Yiqian was able to work with the instructors and carry out their orders like a real soldier. She also did not think of asking about it. To her, there was nothing worth asking about. Yiqian was so capable. What could possibly stump her? Instead, it was Yiqian himself who was thinking about how best to break the news to Xianxia. Principal Chen's identity could not be leaked. There must be a reason why a world-class sniper would hide in a small town for nearly 15 years. Here, he could not mention Principal Chen at all. There's nothing to be envious of. Since Yi Ying brought it up, I have to satisfy her. Yiqian raised her delicate eyebrows. Her expression was as calm as the clouds in the sky. There are too many petty tricks. It's like an endless loop, back to junior high. An endless loop. She had to deal with it again and again. It was getting a little annoying. The aroma of the food drifted over. And Xianxia could not help but swallow her saliva before replying, "This person just likes to play petty tricks. She's still the same as before." She suddenly recalled the vicious words she had said earlier. Her expression turned serious and she immediately said, "When you were training, didn't I warn her not to cause trouble for you?" She said, "Let's wait," 3 times in a row. Her expression was so ferocious that it looked like she wanted to eat a living person alive. Chapter 610. Yiqian didn't need to think to know how Yi Ying would react. He could even replicate it. Even her voice and tone were exactly the same. Hearing this, he laughed and said, "Why did you have to provoke her?" She wanted to embarrass me, but in the end, she saw the thing she didn't want to see the most. If you provoke her again, she will faint from anger. I stood there for less than a minute, and she really fainted. Jane Eyre, do you think she will wake up and say that I was the one who made her faint? And Xianxia was a fearless person. She laughed and said proudly, "It's quite an achievement to make her faint from anger. She's always been the one making us angry, but now we're the one making her angry. Why do I feel so good?" As he spoke, his smile gradually faded. He continued, "But I think this matter has been a big blow to her. Originally, she wanted to embarrass you and use your classmates to oppose your military training. In the end, you became the big star of the school. Based on my understanding of her, she must be even more unwilling to accept this. She said such harsh words just now. Do you think there will be any movements during tomorrow's field training?" Yiqian stopped in his tracks. Tomorrow's training is field training? How many kilometers? There was even field training for a long-distance rapid march in the wilderness. It seemed that the military training this time was very important to the province. They even arranged such a strong training program for the students. 20 kilometers. Gather at 5 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning. Everyone, go into the mountains for field training. Just thinking about it, my legs are already turning to jelly. And Xianxia immediately focused her attention on the field training. Her previously high-spirited expression instantly withered like a withered flower, and in just a moment, it was gone. Yiqian frowned slightly. Luo Ranning and maybe Yao Jing. The three of them could become tigers. They really needed to be careful. The two of them chatted as they walked over. The students in the class had already formed a long line and started to get their food. It was still the same place as before. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. Now, the setting sun was like a brocade, covering the entire horizon with golden light. There was also a large patch of fiery clouds in the horizon, which was exceptionally dazzling red. Yiqian, our idol must be in front. When the students at the back of the line saw Yiqian coming over, they waved their hands and shouted, "Students in front, make way. Make way. Our idol is first." And Jiasun seemed to be welcoming herself. She even waved and said, "Hello, students. Thank you for your hard work." Coincidentally, the instructor who came to look for Yiqian overheard them. He pulled a long face behind them and smiled helplessly. "This female classmate of yours, I've been observing you for a few days. If it weren't for your long hair, I would have thought you were a boy." From the beginning to the end, he had the aura of a man. He didn't have the temperament of a delicate girl at all. And Jiasun, who had taken advantage of Yiqian's momentum to put on a show, turned around and looked at the instructor standing beside her. She said seriously, "Eavesdropping is not the behavior of a gentleman. Instructor, you're wrong. With your voice, even the class next door can hear you. Why would I need to eavesdrop?" The instructor was amused by her. She was also a very likable girl. As expected of one of the most important classes in the school. The students were all active and obedient. Compared to the classes of his other two comrades, she was much easier to teach. The boy in charge of the food had already heard the commotion behind him. Without saying anything, he helped Yiqian to the side. The pile of food made the boy in front of him twitch his mouth. His face was full of doubt. "Bro, are you sure Yiqian can finish it? Don't treat her as a boy's appetite." Chapter 6:11. If you can't finish it, you can save it for supper. You'll definitely wake up hungry at night. Another boy behind the boy felt that it was not a problem to save more food for Yiqian. Class 1 was a science class, so it was natural for the boys to take care of the girls. Before they set off, Teacher Tong had said that the boys had to take care of the girls. And Jiasun blushed at the instructor's teasing and immediately changed the topic. "Instructor, are you looking for Yiqian? You guys chat, I'll go eat." "Oh my god, I'm so hungry." Forget about chatting with the instructor. She panicked when she saw the look in their eyes. As soon as she left, the instructor smiled at Yiqian and said, "The instructor is looking for you. Let's talk while we eat." He was talking about them because the instructor saw the might of a soldier in Yiqian and could no longer treat her as a student. Yiqian got along with the instructor very naturally and did not feel any pressure. He smiled and said, "Okay, I'll come over to look for the instructor later. Or will you bring me over? Just go to the front and get your food. I'll let the students know." The instructor did not dare to delay the instructor's instructions and said to the students who were already in line, "The instructor is looking for Yiqian. Time is tight and we need to talk while we eat. Do you guys mind letting Yiqian get his food first?" "Who would mind?" All of them said in unison, we don't mind at all." They all answered willingly. Even Meng Wen did not dare to say that she had an opinion. Her opinion was not important. If she stood out alone, she would become the public enemy of the entire class. After Yiqian thanked her, he walked to the front to get his food. The boy in charge of getting his food immediately brought out the food he had prepared earlier and gave it to Yiqian. "How about 2 big drumsticks? If it's not enough, I'll add more. We have plenty of drumsticks in our class." The military arranged the students' meals quite well and the portions were sufficient. It was just that there would be nothing left if they were late. The boys and girls were exhausted after a day's work. Even if they were picky eaters, they did not have that bad habit anymore. "You're so picky. If you're late, you'll be eating vegetables." The 2 chicken legs made Jiasun's eyes pop out. She screamed and saw the fragrant braised chicken legs in the stainless steel tub filled with vegetables. She kept muttering, "I haven't eaten meat for more than 10 years. I have to eat my fill today." "You haven't eaten meat for more than 10 years, so you have to take it easy. Be careful not to stuff your stomach." Hearing her muttering, the boy joked, "There's a lot of food for dinner, and there's a 20 kilometers field training tomorrow. Tonight's dinner won't be full, but you'll be stuffed." Today's class was more harmonious than ever, and the relationships between the students were even closer than before. The instructor was not waiting for Yi Qian in the office. Instead, he was waiting for Yi Qian in the army cafeteria. At this time, it was dinner time for more than 1,000 soldiers of the anti-chemical regiment. During the day, they were training on the obstacle course in front of them. They were not allowed to enter the field behind them, and the students were also not allowed to enter the field in front of them. As soon as Yi Qian entered the cafeteria with the instructor, her sharp ears and eyes heard a soldier say, she's coming, she's coming." Yi Qian, who was wearing the same army training uniform as she walked into the cafeteria full of soldiers, didn't look out of place. She was a soldier, just a soldier who had not yet been officially registered. Chapter 612. Eating in the army was not as noisy as eating in the school cafeteria. Although there was no fixed meal time, and sometimes the leaders of the army would say, eat slowly, eat slowly. But for the soldiers who were used to eating fast, a meal could still create an atmosphere of competence. It was not noisy, but there were still voices. They were not loud and were all soft. When Yi Qian walked past the rows of long tables, she could occasionally hear them talking, but it was all related to her. She doesn't look like a student. Look at her eyes. They are cold and hard, just like the brothers in the reconnaissance team. She also has the aura of a soldier when she walks. She definitely can't be a student. Lower your voice. Don't let the instructor hear you. The instructors had heard everything that they needed to hear. Several instructors had encountered a student who was even stronger than them. Kai Jianqing, who was the closest to her and had served for 3 years, had almost made a mistake. This was not something that an ordinary student could do. Her hands were definitely stained with blood. Otherwise, she would not have such a strong murderous aura. She would not have been able to pressure a veteran who had served for 3 years. Looking at Yi Qian, who looked straight ahead and treated the army as her home, and even the expression between her eyebrows was relaxed. This made the instructor even more certain that she must be a female soldier who had been trained in school. This kind of soldier was a true pillar of the army. Come, Yi Qian. Let's eat together and talk about 2 things while we're at it." When there was still more than a meter between them, the instructor stood up with a smile and warmly invited Yi Qian to sit across from her. She had seen the instructor, the regiment commander, Yi Qian, and even the major general. Facing the instructor of the anti-chemical regiment, Yi Qian's mental fortitude was definitely strong. She put the plate on the table, saluted, and said, "Reporting in." Only then did she sit down. When she sat down, she sat in the standard sitting posture of a soldier. Her back was straight, and her hands were naturally placed on her knees. She was upright and showed the military etiquette that a soldier should have. When she walked out, she could not embarrass the Fujian town army. Yi Qian remembered this in her heart. Relax, relax. It's time to rest. Let's relax and talk. Her attitude of always being prepared made the instructor even more satisfied. He sighed in his heart. Which troop chose this soldier? They made their move so early. Yi Qian's eyes curved into crescents as he replied crisply, "Understood." Then he immediately relaxed like an ordinary student. Even his gaze softened. "You didn't eat much. Do you want to add another dish?" While the instructors were chatting casually, Yi Qian was occasionally being scrutinized. He ate at a leisurely pace and answered calmly. About 2 minutes later, they got to the main topic. Elite soldiers? Flag protector? She was a little embarrassed to be a top student, but she had no problem being a flag protector. "Instructor, it's a little unfair for me to win the elite cadet. I believe you've seen my situation. I really can't become the elite cadet. You have to choose someone else. I can be the flag guard. That's not a problem at all." Hearing this, the instructor was already used to it. He didn't treat Yi Qian as a student. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Are you afraid that others will have opinions about you becoming the elite cadet?" "Yi Qian, trust me, no one in grade 2 will have any opinions. We will choose a boy from grade 3 and a girl from grade 2. How about this? There's also a student who will give a speech. Why don't you come up and give a speech? Chapter 613. Yi Qian wanted to tell the instructor that she didn't want to appear in front of the public, regardless of whether she was going to be an elite soldier or a flag bearer. After muttering to herself for a while, Yi Qian calmed down a little under the instructor's smiling gaze. Instructor, I want to ask if there will be a group photo or something like that. This question had a deeper meaning. If Yi Qian was a normal student, it would be understandable, but Yi Qian wasn't. Therefore, after the instructor heard this, even the look in her eyes changed. She carefully studied Yi Qian again. Then, as if she had thought of something, she looked at Yi Qian's hands again. However, she realized that, at some point, her hands had been placed under the dining table. Because this is the first military training for middle school students in the entire province, it is of great significance. A group photo is essential. The instructor definitely wouldn't hide something like this. Based on her intuition as a soldier, Yi Qian must have her reasons for being so apprehensive. Her skills, her age, and her unusual behavior. These weren't innate. They were trained. In addition to what she said just now, the instructor could completely confirm that Yi Qian was a soldier who had been trained by the military to become an elite soldier. Yi Qian's dark brows furrowed slightly. She smiled and said, I'm really sorry, instructor. I can't be an elite soldier or a flag bearer. I'm sorry for letting you down. I can understand. It's our fault for not thinking things through. However, the instructor's smile deepened. She revealed a smile that Yi Qian was very familiar with. It was like the mysterious smile on Political Commissar Yan's face. It was filled with the aura of a sly old fox. We will definitely fulfill your request. You just don't want a group photo, right? Don't worry about that. Yi Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't agree at all, but the instructor made it sound like she agreed. She smiled and said, I realize that every political instructor is like a fox. They catch people off guard. I haven't even agreed yet, and you're already using the reason for my refusal as my request. Hearing this, the instructor laughed brightly. As long as it's within our capabilities, we will do our best to fulfill your request. Your request is a small matter. There's no need for discussion. I can agree to it. When she said that every political instructor was like a fox, she was secretly telling him that she was indeed a soldier trained by another military unit. He was really envious. Which military unit had such good foresight? They even knew how to select soldiers in advance. However, Yi Qian might not be assigned to the unit after she joined the military. This matter was settled. To reassure Yi Qian, the instructor said, the students will not take photos in secret. After the military training, we brought metal detectors of each to check every student's luggage to make sure they didn't bring any prohibited items. The management of the military in 1997 was very strict. As long as it was a military area, even the soldiers were not allowed to bring cameras into the camp. A few thousand students entered the anti-chemical regiment. Other than the routine inspection, the military secretly arranged for a second inspection without the students' knowledge. Chapter 614. Needless to say, they found 23 cameras, but they couldn't be used right now. Although the 23 cameras were still in the hands of the students, the soldiers in the army had tampered with them a little, so they couldn't be used even if they wanted to. Dinner didn't last long. The instructor didn't deliberately ask Yi Qian which army she was from, and the smart Yi Qian also hinted that she was indeed from a certain army. This was to tell the instructor that it was indeed inconvenient for her to say. After she left with the instructor of Class 1, the instructor returned to the regiment's office building and walked into an independent office. This was the office of the regiment commander of the anti-chemical regiment. This little girl is incredibly smart. She probably knew that I wanted to ask about her situation. She was great, saying that it was inconvenient to take photos to block me from asking about her situation. She also said that every political instructor has the attribute of an old fox. This is really interesting. She even took the initiative to admit that she was indeed trained by the army. The instructor who came in sat in the chair in front of the desk in the regiment commander's office. He laughed as he spoke to his old partner who was still immersed in work. There was a hint of jealousy in his words. The regiment commander, who was drafting a biochemical training plan for the regiment, raised his head from a pile of documents. The regiment commander had a square face. His skin was so dark that it contrasted sharply with the papers under his arm. He was in his early 40s, and there was already frost on his cold face. Hearing this, he raised his head from the plan. There was a smile in his eyes that hid his sharpness. He joked, "An hour ago, I advised you not to ask about it. The higher your expectations, the higher your disappointment. You're just looking for trouble for yourself. Also, don't spend all your time thinking about how to poach the elite soldiers from other armies to our regiment. Come, take a look at this plan." The higher-ups want to form an anti-chemical regiment that can go abroad to fight terrorism. As the largest anti-chemical regiment in the Nanguang military region, the backbone will be transferred from here. Take a look and then select a few to go. The instructor took the plan. After seeing the names on it, his face showed pain as if his flesh was being cut. "You're really willing to part with them? These are all elite soldiers in the regiment. If you transfer them all away, aren't you gouging out my heart? My heartache is no less than yours. Let's go first." The regiment commander looked at the time, stretched his shoulders, and stood up. "Take your time. I'm going to eat. At the same time, I'll take a look at how powerful the Yiqian is to make you smell so sour like a pickled vegetable jar." It had only been a short while, yet he was already thinking about her to this extent. "Tomorrow is the 20-kilometer field training. You can go and take a look yourself. It's rest time now. There's no training at night." The instructor looked at the 5-page plan and his expression gradually became serious. The setting sun shone through the glass, telling everyone that the 5th day of military training had ended. When Yi Ying came out of the infirmary, it was already past dinner time. Although it was past dinner time, the boy in charge of cooking still left a portion for her. When the burning clouds on the horizon gradually turned black, and the last faint golden light on the edge of the clouds disappeared, the sky was so dark that only a faint cyan color remained. After admiring the beautiful scenery of the fiery red clouds, the students of each class did not immediately return to the dormitory. Instead, they sat together in groups of 3 to 5 or sat together with the instructors and chatted happily. After a day of training, it was rare that they did not need to train at night. Everyone had a relaxed smile on their faces. Today's topic was mostly about Yiqian. The instructors had received instructions from the instructor, so all of their answers were the same. Chapter 6:15. Some students have good comprehension skills and can grasp the essentials immediately. A few minutes of training is equivalent to a few days of training for others. Didn't you guys say that the girl from Year 2 Class 1 skipped a grade and went straight to Year 2? This kind of student must have good comprehension skills. The instructor's words were very credible. Most of the students chose to believe them and sighed. "Sigh, this is a talent that can't be obtained through jealousy. How can she be so good at everything? I heard from her classmates that her speed in answering questions is enough to kill the whole class. But she's a good person. If there's a problem, they can just ask her. She's never refused. Also, they said that she never takes notes in class. Oh my God, what kind of IQ is this? She can understand it just by listening in class. I really want her to give me some brain cells. She's beautiful, good at studying, good-tempered, talented, and selfless to help her classmates. This kind of person is worthy of admiration." Hearing these comments, the instructors were surprised. Why does it sound like she's not an ordinary person? After hearing these comments, Yang Heng secretly curled his lips. He wanted to say that not only that, Yi Qian's memory and observation skills were outstanding. Thousands of people's brains might not be able to compare to her. Tomorrow was the field training, and they were going to walk on some mountain roads. Yang Heng narrowed his eyes slightly, and a little darkness flashed across his eyes. He stood up. Where are you going?" The classmate sitting beside him asked. "Let's go? Together?" Yang Heng had already started walking and said lazily, "Not together. I'm going to walk alone and then go straight back to the dormitory." "Don't tell me you're going to find that student from Year 2 Class 1? Fuck, bring me along too." The boy laughed. He was just saying it. Yang Heng was a good person, but he was a little arrogant. Arrogant people usually meant what they said. If he said he was going to walk alone, then no one would be able to follow him. Gazing at the stars in the mountains was a very enjoyable thing, but Yao Jing felt so restless that she wanted to throw a tantrum. Hearing her classmates talking about Year 2 Class 1 Ziqian, Yao Jing's expression turned extremely ugly. When Yao Jing heard her good friend Wang Dandan praise Ziqian, she felt like her lungs were about to explode. She stood up calmly and said to Wang Dandan, "I'm going for a walk." "Oh, go ahead then." Wang Dandan looked up and reminded her with a smile, "There are snakes in the mountains. The students in Class 4 were almost bitten by a snake last night. Be careful and don't go too far." "A snake?" Hearing those words, Yao Jing's eyes dimmed before she smiled. "I'm just walking along the track. Let's go, I'll go back to the dorm myself later." There were running tracks in the front and back of the anti-chemical regiment's field. There were street lamps at a certain distance. It was cool in the mountains. Most of the students who had just finished bathing were strolling and chatting on the running tracks. Yang Heng and Yi Qian were also strolling on the running tracks. They were talking about tomorrow's training. He was there to remind Yi Qian to be careful of Luo Ran's tricks. There were plenty of opportunities for him to do so during the 20-kilometer training. But to Yao Jing, what she saw was Yang Heng's smile towards Yi Jian. Although it was not a bright smile, it was a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. It was a smile that she had never seen before. Hiding behind the lamppost, her eyes followed the two strolling figures closely. The hatred in her eyes was like rolling dark clouds, so dark that it seemed like a storm would come in the next second. Chapter 616. Yi Qian didn't expect Yang Heng to come looking for her at night. If it wasn't for him, she would have already returned to her dorm to rest. Most of the troops stationed in the mountainous areas were surrounded by mountains and rivers. The anti-chemical regiment was no exception. Although it wasn't as quiet as the troops in Fujian town, it was still much quieter than the nights in the city. It was a tranquility that could remove all the impatience in one's heart. "You really didn't have to specially come over to remind me. You can't use soft methods to deal with people like Luo Ran. You have to use hard methods." Under the dim light, Yi Qian's expression was cold as she spoke. Her back was always straight, and every step she took was calm and confident. You couldn't see the slightest bit of fear or lack of confidence in her words and actions. This Yi Qian had long been reborn. She was no longer the gentle Yi Qian from her previous life who knew she was powerless and wanted to reduce her presence. She could be as bright as the sun in 1 second and as pure as the moon in the next. She seemed to have changed a lot, but in reality, she was still the strong Yi Qian who worked hard to live for herself. Yang Heng looked at the girl who was as elegant as the mountains and rivers at night. However, the image of Yi Qian standing under the bright sun during the day flashed through his mind. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes. He wanted to ask her what she had experienced to be able to perform so well today. But then he thought about it. With his current status, the two of them weren't close enough to talk about such personal matters. He smiled and said, "I was shocked by you during the day, so I came over to take a look at you at night. You're now the talk of the town. Before I came to find you, the class was in full swing discussing you. It was the same in Luo Ran's class." At the mention of Luo Ran, the two of them frowned slightly. Yang Heng's tone gradually turned cold. "You don't have to worry about it when we're back at school. No matter how brave Luo Ran is, he has to shrink back in school." Yang Heng's mind was much more mature than his age. A 16 or 17-year-old youth had a rigorous mind and could hit the nail on the head. He'll go abroad in the first half of the 3rd year of high school and directly go abroad in the second half of the year. I've been in school for less than a year. Sometimes, it's better to bear with it. Luo Ran was an extreme person. He was vengeful and narrow-minded. As long as Yi Qian did something even more humiliating to him, the target of his hatred would immediately shift away from Yi Qian. Now, Yang Heng had such a plan. He was still considering whether or not to tell Yi Qian. He didn't know if she would accuse him of being a busybody. Seeing that they had already walked half a lap around the field, Yang Heng pondered for a while and said in a low voice, "This kind of thing has to be solved first. I plan to do something when I get back to school to divert his attention." Didn't you say that as long as I can solve the problem, I won't refuse? Leave Luo Ran's matter to me. It's better if I deal with it personally. After he finished speaking, Yi Qian turned to look at him. There was a trace of undisguised surprise in his bright eyes. Yang Heng burst into laughter. Why do you have such an expression on your face? Why are you so surprised? Did you think I was just saying that casually? Just as he said, Yi Qian did think he was just joking. That day when they met at the school canteen, he said that if she had any difficulties in the future, she would look for him. To be honest, Yi Jian did not take it seriously at that time. Chapter 6:17. Yang Heng wasn't bad, but he was still a 17 or 18-year-old boy. Sometimes, he would act on impulse and say extreme things. Now that she heard what he said, she knew he was serious. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Jian suddenly raised her eyes and looked in the direction of the two lampposts in front of her. As a sniper, she could immediately detect if someone was secretly watching her. Now, her sniper's keen senses were telling her that someone was watching her. Yao Jing didn't expect Yi Qian to suddenly raise his head and look in her direction. Her heart tightened, and she leaned toward the lamppost and retracted her gaze. What she saw was that Yi Jian was surprised by Yang Heng's words. She turned her head to look at Yang Heng, and the surprise in her eyes was met with Yang Heng's laughter. In Yao Jing's eyes, it was Yang Heng's smile. It was a smile she had never seen before, and it was a smile directed at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, I can't stand you anymore. Yao Jing chuckled. She clenched her hand into a fist and pressed it against the cool lamppost. Her voice was soft but cold as she said, I have to let you know that there are some people you can't befriend just because you want to. Seeing the two of them stop facing each other, Yao Jing retreated step by step. She quickly hid in the darkness and left. So it's her. Yi Jian retracted her gaze and smiled at Yang Heng, who was oblivious to her presence. After your fight with Luo Ran, Yao Jing came to my class the next day to look for me. Yang Heng, you can probably guess the reason. Also, I heard that Yao Jing forced a girl with good grades to drop out of middle school. Half a month before that, you and that girl just finished hosting the school's anniversary celebration. She didn't have to say it clearly. With Yang Heng's intelligence, he knew what she was trying to say. A trace of awkwardness flashed across his youthful and handsome face. It wasn't that he didn't understand, but that he didn't want to think too deeply about it. Humans had an instinctive resistance to things they didn't like. Yi Qian felt a little sad for Yao Jing. Even her childhood sweetheart had fallen out with her. It could be seen that she was the best at putting on an act, but if she had too many bad intentions, no one would have a good impression of her. She was standing under the lamppost earlier. She left 1 minute ago. Yi Qian didn't want Yao Jing to hold a grudge against him for no reason. This girl was much more scheming than Yi Ying, but it was too late to say that now. She was already holding a grudge against him. Yang Heng was silent for a long time before he said in a deep voice, She's very possessive since she was young. Even if his toy was broken or lost, he would never give it to others. The older they get, the more extreme they become. Even my parents are a little scared when they see them. Yi Ying is quite capable. She managed to keep Yao Jing in check so that Yao Jing has nowhere to vent her anger. That's probably it. Seeing you here gave her an excuse to get angry. Yang Heng's eyebrows were cold and sharp, and there was even a trace of disgust. Forget it, let's not talk about her. I'll look for you less in the future. I don't want to cause trouble for you. To force a boy to the point where he couldn't even have a normal conversation with a girl, Yao Jing's possessiveness was indeed terrifying. 7 o'clock in the evening was when the stars were dotted with stars. Under the urging of the instructor, the students who were taking a walk to enjoy the cool air began to head back to the dormitory. Near the edge of the forest, a few figures flashed by under the light and entered the forest. Chapter 6:18. What are these students doing in the middle of the night? The soldier sitting in front of the monitor immediately took a screenshot and zoomed in when he saw several figures flash by. He saw several boys entering the forest together. He switched the camera again and saw that these students did not enter the restricted area. He picked up the walkie-talkie and put it back on the table. Instead, he contacted the sentry post. Sentry post 8, 6 students entered the northwest corner. Pay close attention. Sentry post 8 received. paying close attention. A second later, there was a reply. The sentry did not make any other movements after entering the forest, but the boys sitting together seemed to be discussing something. At 8:30 in the evening, the horn was blown to remind all the students to go back to the dormitory to rest and prepare for tomorrow's field training. Field training was a part of the training in the army. It was very common in the field forces. After an emergency assembly, all the members of the army would be pulled out into the wild for mobility training. Sometimes, in the army, the field training process would also be combined with many different types of training. The field training arranged for all the high school students this time did not have many different types of training. In the middle of the training, there was an air defense evacuation and a quick pass event as well as a final event. It was also the long-awaited target practice. The students who had not yet returned to the dormitory hurried back. The boys who had just been sitting together in the forest and whispering under the watchful eyes of the sentry stood up one by one. "It's all set. Do a good job tomorrow. If anything happens, don't worry, Luo Ran, will take care of it." Luo Ran's eyes were dark and fierce as he warned the boys. "If this succeeds, there will be a lot of benefits. If it doesn't, I won't blame you, but all of you better keep your mouths shut. Otherwise, Luo Ran, will turn against you." Liao Jian did not nod and only stared at Luo Ran. Even the moonlight could not penetrate the forest, so naturally, no one could see the expression on his face. While the other boys patted their chests and promised, his palms were covered in cold sweat. Who said the students from number 16 high school were bad? Damn it. The students from number 1 high school were the real bad ones. One by one, they walked out of the forest and returned to their dormitory, quietly waiting for tomorrow's field training. When they walked out of the forest, Yi Ying and Yao Jing, who had been sitting on the lawn, did not get up until they were out of sight. "Let's see if they can get it done tomorrow." Yao Jing's smile was a little cold. She shook the belt in her hand and smiled at Yi Ying. "How confident do you think Luo Ran is?" How confident were they? The corners of Yi Ying's mouth twitched, but she also smiled slightly. "I don't know. You saw Yi Qian's behavior during the day. I also advised Luo Ran to be less impulsive, but he didn't listen. Ying, why didn't I hear you trying to persuade him? It seems like you can't wait to teach your sister a lesson tonight." Facing Yao Jing's provocation, Ying was much calmer than facing Yi Qian. She said slowly, Jing, you made me see you in a different light just now. Even I was a little scared when you attacked. I don't want you to be afraid. I want Yi Qian to be afraid. All right, we're good friends. If anything happens tomorrow, it has nothing to do with us, right?" As Yao Jing spoke, she suddenly held Yi Ying's hand. Her grip was strong, just like Yao Jing herself. "Whatever happens, it has nothing to do with us, right, Ying?" Chapter 6:19. Her grip was strong, but Ying didn't seem to be affected at all. She smiled and said, "Of course. How would we know what the boys are up to?" She didn't know what happened to Yao Jing tonight. She was still looking for her everywhere, but now Yao Jing was looking for her. No matter what happened, she wanted to drag Yao Jing down with her to deal with Yi Jian, that wretched girl. Unfortunately, she didn't manage to drag Wang Dandan and Lu Mei into this. A student ran past them in a hurry. Then, the instructor's voice came from behind them. They realized that it was a school couple who ran past them. They probably did something naughty and got caught red-handed by the instructor. The instructor's footsteps came from behind them. The two let go of each other at the same time. They didn't even say goodbye and went back to their own dorms. In the dormitory, Yi Jian was chatting happily with the girls in her class. She had gone through several field training in the army. The field training in the army was much more tiring than the field training of the students. Naturally, she had a wealth of field training experience. "Fill the water bottle with water. If you don't mind, just sleep in your clothes. Tomorrow when the signal rings, just get up and make the bed. It saves you the time to put on your clothes. Put the towel and toothbrush in the cup in advance. Get up and take the cup to wash your face and brush your teeth. Loosen the laces on your shoes in advance. Those with long hair can braid it so that your hair won't be messy tomorrow morning. Take a comb and comb it a little. It saves you another minute. Put your belt and water bottle together. After washing your face and brushing your teeth, Fasten your belt and carry the water bottle. I guarantee that we can all rush to the field in 3 minutes. She explained carefully. All the girls listened attentively. Some of them even simulated it to avoid making mistakes. They were all girls in the same class. Even Meng Wen, who liked to criticize Yi Qian in her studies, listened attentively. She even took out her notebook to write down everything Yi Qian said. This was a girl who was always afraid of losing. Other than always putting herself in a position of opposition to Yi Qian, she had never been like Yi Ying, who would do anything to win. Yi Qian did not take her actions during the day to heart. It was human nature to be competitive. Moreover, she had joined halfway through, so it was normal for those students who had some opinions about her to suspect her. At the very least, they had voiced their opposition directly, unlike Yi Ying, who was constantly trying to frame him. I just checked the time. It's really fast. You must sleep with your clothes on. Braid her hair. We can save at least 1 to 2 minutes. According to what he had just said, all the girls in the class unanimously agreed that Yi Qian's method was very, very good. And Jiesun threw herself onto her bed without even drying her hair. Like a puppy that had just come out of its nest, she hummed comfortably and said, "Thinking about how I can sleep in for 2 more minutes tomorrow, this kind of life is really wonderful." Sighs of regret rose and fell one after another, all of them thinking that they could sleep in for 2 more minutes tomorrow. By the time Yi Ying returned to the dormitory, some of the girls had already fallen asleep. The ones who hadn't fallen asleep were still combing their hair, braiding their hair, or loosening their shoelaces. Where did you go for a walk? You're the only one who didn't return to the dormitory. You don't have to participate in the field training tomorrow, right? Yi Ying's popularity in the class was not so bad that no one paid attention to her. She was used to being a good person, so she would not let herself be isolated and helpless. Facing her classmates' concern, she smiled and said, "I haven't recovered from the heat stroke in the afternoon, so I went outside to get some fresh air. Of course, I'll participate tomorrow. This is the biggest group activity in our class. I don't want to miss it." Chapter 620. She then saw a few girls roll their still wet towels into their mouthwash cups. Seeing that almost all of them were doing the same, she couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? The towels will get germs if they're rolled up like that. Isn't there training tomorrow? Yi Qian's teaching saved us a lot of time. It's really useful. It's good that it's useful. It's just for one night, so it doesn't matter if there's germs. Just rinse it in the water. Yi Ying, you have to prepare for tomorrow's training. Yi Qian's teaching is really useful. Another girl smiled as she replied. She put down the cup with her towel and clapped her hands in satisfaction. Not bad. At least I won't have to look for a towel tomorrow morning. Now, no matter where she went, she would hear Yi Qian everywhere. Ying felt her ears prickle when she heard that and clenched her fists. She smiled and said, "That's a good idea. Is there anything else?" Her gaze was like a maggot attached to a bone. She had already looked around the large bunk room, but she still didn't see Yi Qian. She didn't look for him anymore. Her lips curled into a strange smile as she began to try out all the methods Yi Qian had taught her. Tonight, it was going to be peaceful. Who knew what would happen tomorrow? Before the horizon turned white, the tranquility of the anti-chemical regiment was broken by a sharp and urgent whistle. Yi Qian immediately got up from his bed when the whistle sounded. The first thing he did was to turn on the lights and wake up the students beside him. "Hurry up and get up. We have 5 minutes to gather." As he spoke, he had already started to spread out the blankets. When the girls on the left and right woke up, they saw Yi Qian folded into a square, flat, and angular tofu. When they looked at Yi Qian again, their eyes were full of admiration. "Oh my, Yi Qian, where did you learn this from? This works too. I'm learning on the spot. Keep up with your actions. Try to gather downstairs in 3 minutes." Yi Qian didn't take the initiative to help his classmates. It was just like some things where you didn't think you were helping others by extending a hand. Sometimes, it was just another way to attack others. He had good intentions but ended up doing bad things. Only after thinking about it carefully would he know whether he should take action or not. There were no strict requirements for folding the blankets. All they had to do was follow the steps. Thus, everyone casually folded the blankets and followed Yi Qian to wash up. When the boys and girls from the other classes ran over while buttoning their clothes, belts, and shoes, the girls of Year 2 Class 1 stood in a neat row, looking refreshed. As for the boys, they were probably stimulated by Yi Qian yesterday. When they chatted at night, Yi Qian also said a few words. Early in the morning, the class monitor, Lu Exin, took the lead. Every group leader was in charge, and they were also the first to arrive at the field. Commissar Yen had said that Yi Qian's unit was definitely a very cohesive unit. It was no exception in class. She used her own charisma to gather the strength of the entire class and twist it into a rope without saying too much or showing too much. Seeing that all the students of Year 2 Class 1 were neat and tidy, with no one late or procrastinating, the students from the other classes wanted to secretly compete with them but also felt a little apprehensive. With Yi Qian around, it was as if they had a stabilizing force. They couldn't be shaken. After gathering and reporting, the students of Year 2 Class 1 took the bright red flag from the instructor and headed deep into the mountains to begin the training of their willpower and physique. Chapter 621. Why am I so excited now? It's like I'm about to do something bad. And Jiesin followed closely behind Yi Qian, her eyes glowing. I've been locked up here for 5 days. I can finally go out and get some fresh air. Yi Qian glanced at the excited girl and chuckled. Hurry up and be happy now. I don't know if you'll be able to smile later. Don't scare me. I haven't had breakfast yet. And Jiesin's eyes immediately narrowed. She was a little nervous. I thought it sounded fun. Why am I so nervous now that you mention it? Breakfast was only available after a 5-kilometer walk. Yi Qian followed the group and said in a low voice, Don't be nervous. Don't you still have me? Follow me closely today. Don't run off alone. Ying was the last to come back last night. The two of us have to be careful today. She's a jerk. And Jiesin gritted her teeth and glared at Ying's back. Her gaze shifted slightly and she said softly, Why don't we teach her a lesson? The class behind had already set off. Yi Qian pulled her along and quickened their pace. He smiled coldly. What's the hurry? She just suffered a loss yesterday. Even if there's a commotion, she won't do it herself. It's not like we don't know her. Don't be anxious. I'm just reminding you. She was the one who did it yesterday. It didn't seem like Yi Ying's intelligence to do it again today. Follow closely. Don't talk too much. Don't use the energy from walking on talking. As the instructor kept reminding the students in front of him, Yi Qian and Jiesin also shut up. Breakfast was only available after a 5-kilometer walk. The enthusiasm from before gradually faded. After walking for less than half the distance, some students started to slow down. Some started to complain that they were hungry. The separated students from each dormitory walked together again, encouraging each other as they walked. Those who couldn't walk would be helped. They couldn't let their classmates fall behind. Li Qian looked fat, but she was actually fat. If Yi Qian didn't help her walk, no one would be able to help her. The boys would also lend a hand, but Li Qian was shy. The moment the boys approached, his face would turn as red as a tomato. He refused to let the boys help him walk no matter what. He kept stopping along the way and didn't know if he could complete the 20 kilometers of training. 20 kilometers of field training was a challenge for the students, but it was also a challenge for the school and the army. Therefore, the army had always been prepared in advance. Every 5 kilometers of the 20 kilometers of mountain road, there would be a logistics station with the focus on preparing food and field supplies. The medical security work was also done very well. Medical personnel were arranged to follow him throughout the whole process. After 5 days of military training, the instructors had a better understanding of the students' physiques. They had already instructed the students with stronger physiques to take care of the students with weaker physiques. Walking 5 kilometers in the morning was within the acceptable range of the students. Seeing that their morale was gradually decreasing, Grade 2 Class 1 led the way. After rushing through the forest, they began to sing a military song. In an instant, Yi Qian felt that all the wild animals within a radius of 10 li, such as rabbits, would be scared away. It wasn't a flat mountain road. Instead, it was a mountain road that curved into the mountains. It wasn't a cement road, but a yellow dirt road. The people in front walked past, leaving behind a layer of yellow dust. As there were thousands of students in the mountains, they seemed to wake up especially quickly. After 5 kilometers, the back of the mountain was already bright. Chapter 6:22. Breakfast was steamed buns and soy milk. There was no picky choice at all. Get up, don't squat down, do you hear me? Walk around first and then sit down. Don't stand up too hard, or you'll faint. The instructor reminded the students in line before eating. Stand for a while, then slowly sit down and eat. Don't walk around. There are wild boars here. If you get 2 bloody holes from the wild boars, you'll be dead by the time you get sent down the mountain. With the instructor's reminder, Luo Ran said to the 2 boys, "Have you returned the bags? It's up to you guys later." Luo Ran, "That thing can't be found immediately. What did you hear? There are a lot of poisonous snakes nearby. If there were really poisonous snakes, we would have been scared away by so many of us." The other boy finished his soy milk in one breath and said, "Luo Ran, I don't think this is very reliable. Even if there are snakes, we might not be able to catch them." Hearing him say this, Luo Ran glared and said fiercely, "Damn it, why didn't you say it was not reliable last night? Don't mention it to me today. This thing must be done." "Brother Luo, first of all, there must be snakes. I really paid attention just now, there were none. I even found an excuse to go into the forest to pee, but I didn't see any." The other boy also said. He agreed last night and thought it would be a simple thing. Who knew it would be so difficult? Luo Feng was so angry that his face turned blue. He glared at the 3 of them and threw the plastic cup of soy milk on the ground. "Fine, let's not talk about this for the time being. You guys better pay more attention to the next thing. A bunch of trash. Not even 1 or 2 of them were needed. How could it be so easy to catch snakes?" The army had already considered this problem. It was not the students' turn to discover it. After the first 5 kilometers of rest and breakfast, it was the next 5 kilometers of field training. The first thing they encountered was air defense evacuation. Similarly, there was a fixed area. No students could go around the fixed area. Anyone who tried to go too far would immediately trigger the infrared alert. Before they could cross the boundary, soldiers would appear out of nowhere and pull them back. Damn, I was scared to death. They suddenly appeared with oil paint on their faces and leaves on their heads. I almost thought I met a mandrill. One of them didn't listen to the instructor's instructions and ran directly into the forest when the alarm sounded. In the end, he scared himself quite a bit. This mountain was an important military area. For this military training, the province and the army had put in a lot of effort. How could they allow the students to mess around? The emergency and evacuation plans were all set in advance, and the evacuation route was also scientifically designed. Although the evacuation was carried out in the mountains, the Army's emergency handling ability had always been strong, and these thousands of students were all under their control. When Yao Jing saw a girl from her class being escorted back by a soldier in camouflage, she lost all confidence in the idea she came up with last night. Looking for a snake? Was it possible to find a snake in this situation? Not to mention her lack of confidence, Ying did not know how many times she had complained in her heart. There was a unified assembly point for the air defense unit, and the team leader would bring the students back. As for Yi Qian, because he had not participated in the military training before, he was added at the last minute, so he was not part of the team. Instead, he assisted the instructor in handling some matters. After a round of practice, she returned to the instructors. She was not with the instructors of each class, but with the instructors who were in charge of receiving the students. Chapter 6:23. After yesterday's incident, the instructors who were tasked with protecting the students all recognized Yi Qian. They chatted with this military-like student as if he was their comrade. There was no sense of distance between them. Come, let's have some extra food before they arrive. A soldier's voice came from behind. He did not notice that a student had mixed in with the instructors. He even walked to Yi Qian's side. Found something good. Want to try it? Found something good? Yi Qian turned around and saw a soldier in his 20s who had been secretly protecting them along the way. He was holding a non-venomous live snake in his hand as he walked over. The snake's entire body was coiled around his arm. Yi Qian estimated that it was about 1 meter long. The soldier was holding the snake's weak spot. The snake's mouth was wide open. It looked scary, but that was all there was to it. The instructors gave their comrades countless looks, reminding them that there was still a student around. But now, she was wearing the same training uniform as the soldiers. In the end, she did not even receive a single look. She was still sitting beside the student in high spirits. When they saw Yi Qian, the soldiers were stunned. When did we have a female soldier in our regiment? Even the clerks are all male. There can't be a female. Where did she come from? Yi Qian was too military. Even without epaulets or collar, no one would suspect that she was not a soldier. You talk too much. The instructor closest to him reminded him awkwardly. She's a student. Be careful. The soldier holding the snake also felt awkward. This snake looks like it can't be eaten. Just as he was about to release it, Yi Qian quickly grabbed the snake's weak spot. Rat-eating snake. Its meat is tender and non-venomous. It's really good stuff. She and Principal Chen had passed through the western province's jungle. They ate a lot of this type of snake. When Yi Ying was escorted by 2 soldiers, she saw a cold light flash in Yi Qian's hand. The light happened to be nailed to a piece of wood. Then she saw a long snake. Her heart tightened. Before she could react to what Yi Qian was doing, she took a military dagger from another instructor. The sharp dagger flashed in her palm. She straightened the snake's tail with one hand, and the hand holding the dagger slashed the snake's back. Seeing this scene, Ying suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Yi Qian. Yi Qian caught a snake and was now skinning it alive, with her stomach. His stomach began to churn. Then, with a wah sound, he didn't even look for a place to vomit. Yi. With. Why did it not work every time? But this time, Yi Qian seemed to have won before the plan even started. Yi Jian glanced at her and did not look at her again. She cleaned up the snake and wrapped it up with a few leaves. Then, she handed the snake meat to the instructors. That female student is probably frightened. Instructors, you'd better deal with her quickly. Her gaze was strange. After the shock, she did not look away quickly. Instead, she looked vexed. What was she vexed about? Was it because she had not finished something bad? Seeing her here safe and sound, she was vexed? Chapter 624. If that was really the case, Yi Qian wanted to tell Ying to do whatever she wanted. If something went wrong, no one would be able to bear the consequences. No matter how smart Yi Qian was, he would never have guessed that someone would come up with the worst idea and try to get a poisonous snake to bite him. When the boys came over, Yi Qian stood up and did not sit with the instructors. The first group to arrive was led by Yang Heng. When he saw Yi Qian standing in front of him, he was not surprised at all. I knew you would be the first. He did not even notice Yi Ying, who was resting beside him. He walked over to Yi Qian without looking sideways. Our group performed once and came back after confirming that we passed. This military training has a military feel to it. Yi Qian looked at Yang Heng, who had leaves in his hair, and smiled. Of course it has a military feel to it. Next up, there's a quick pass. How confident are you? The quick pass was also to train the students' agility and reaction speed. The year-end conscription was just around the corner. This military training had a record of the boys' physical fitness. If anyone wanted to enlist in the military in the future, this record would be sent to the recruitment office for reference. Many things could not be seen only once. The military training was not just for the students. It was also the beginning of the military's assessment of each student's basic condition. People like Luo Ran would never be able to enlist in the military. Like Yang Heng, there were definitely soldiers who were secretly watching him. I grew up in the Transportation Bureau. I've never been in the military. It's not a problem for me to direct traffic. If you ask me if I'm confident in the military's projects, I really don't know, he said with a smile. He did not look tired at all. It was clear that his physical fitness was quite good. Yi Ying, who had vomited until her eyes were filled with tears, finally managed to catch her breath under the care of the medics. She saw Yang Heng and Yi Qian talking and laughing. She could tell at a glance that their relationship was quite good. This discovery caused her to be stunned for a moment. Very quickly, an extremely bright cold light flashed past her eyes. This time she could completely stop. He left the task of dealing with Yi Qian to Yao Jing. Before she could finish her calculations, Yang Heng stood beside her, acting as if he didn't know Yi Qian at all. It was as if the laughter just now was just an illusion. Yang Heng only found out that Yi Qian was there after being reminded. Now, even if he knew Yi Qian, he had to pretend not to know him. He didn't want Yao Jing to make things difficult for Yi Qian because of him. With both of them like this, Ying couldn't make up her mind. In between, Luo Ran found Yao Jing, but he did not find Yi Qian. By the time he arrived at the assembly point, he was already exhausted. He vaguely heard from his classmates that Yi Qian did not participate in the air defense evacuation this time. Luo Ran's face was so green that it was as if he was about to pass out. He had been looking for an opportunity to make his move, but she had not participated. An hour later, they entered the rapid pass through the danger zone training. The speed of passing through was much slower. In fact, it was very simple. It was just some fallen leaves and some steel nets that needed to be drilled through. To Yi Qian, this was like child's play. After taking a look, Yi Qian did not immediately pass through. Instead, she let her classmates pass through one by one. Sophomore class 1 was a group. She couldn't just leave the class alone and walk first. Chapter 625. The few girls in the class walked in front, while the boys sat at the back, whispering to each other as they quickly climbed or drilled through the fallen tree trunks one by one. Why are you all squeezing together? Are you trying to snowball? The instructor of class 1 saw that the boys were not coming towards him and Yi Qian, but were instead drilling towards the harder areas. He couldn't help but shout. Yi Qian looked over and saw that 2 boys had already drilled through the trees. There were still 3 boys who weren't from his class. How could there be students from other classes rushing into class 1? The other 2 probably weren't from their class either. She counted the number of people on her side and found that it was just right. They're from other classes. Instructor, should we contact the other instructors? After the students in the class passed through one by one, Yi Qian pursed his lips and reminded the instructor, "Don't think that you've embarrassed your class." The instructor was a veteran and was also the class monitor of a class. He had already taught these disobedient students a lesson in the army. Hearing what Yi Jian said, he said to Yi Jian, "Okay, you follow behind. I'll contact my comrades." Not long after, another instructor's voice came from the soldiers' walkie-talkie. 3 students from grade 12 class 6 and 2 students from grade 12 class 5. A total of 5 people are missing. I happen to have 5 people here. I'll go and confirm their identities now. When the instructor heard this, he could basically confirm that the disobedient students were from the 2 classes of grade 12. When he saw that Yi Qian had already caught up with the students in his class, he contacted his comrades who were secretly protecting the students and had them go forward to confirm the identities of the 5 students. There was a total distance of more than 3,000 meters. According to the planned route, it would take about 45 minutes to pass through. It was all because this was the last event of the field training. The students' physical strength was severely depleted, so their speed was very slow. The soldiers who were secretly protecting the students quickly confirmed that the 5 boys had sneaked into grade 12 class 1. Only then did the instructor let out a sigh of relief. He could only let them continue walking in class 1 in case they got lost. Gradually, the distance between the students increased. When Yi Qian saw the boys who weren't from his class, he walked past several students and walked together with Xianxia. "Walk faster. Don't fall behind. Luo Ran might be coming." And Xianxia, who was so tired that she was gasping for breath, suddenly wanted to curse. Unfortunately, she didn't have the strength. In the end, she cursed weakly, "They're not human. They're not students. They're clearly hooligans. What are you cursing for? Save your energy." Yi Jian was not worried about herself. She was worried about Xianxia. She almost carried Xianxia to catch up with her classmates who were lagging behind. Unfortunately, Xianxia. She waved her hand and told Yi Qian to leave her alone. Yi Jian's eyes darkened as he listened to the soft sounds coming from the top of the hill. "Sit here and rest. They should be walking in front. I'll get the instructor to stop them first." Since they wanted to deal with her, she would give them a chance. The instructor will be here soon. You rest for a while. I'll leave first. Yi Qian intentionally raised his voice so that Luo Ran and the others could hear him. Then he walked forward alone. He didn't take the path that his classmates were taking. Instead, he took a more difficult path that only Lu Xian and the other boys were willing to take. It was also the difficult, fast path that Luo Ran and the others were currently taking. Chapter 626. It wasn't hard to deal with Luo Ran, but Yi Qian didn't want to cause any trouble in the military. She also didn't want her personal matters to affect the entire class's evaluation during the military training. She had already avoided them, but Luo Ran and the others just had to bump into her. Yi Qian's eyes darkened. Naturally, she didn't choose a random place to deal with them. She didn't need to avoid the infrared and surveillance cameras. First, she had to choose a location that was advantageous to her to deal with Luo Ran. She also needed to use the surveillance cameras to prove that she wasn't dealing with Luo Ran, but saving them. It had to be said that the military and the provincial government had put in a lot of effort to arrange this military training. The 20 kilometers field training wasn't a single path to the end, but a detour. The final meeting point was still the anti-chemical regiment's shooting range. The entire itinerary was arranged in a scientific and strict manner. None of the students were allowed to walk an extra kilometer. The 3000 highway was a combination of a straight Y and a reverse Y. Most of the students took the simplest highway. There were only a few students in each class that actually took the route Yi Qian was taking. Yi Qian didn't walk straight from the starting point. When she walked up, she began to look for a suitable place to strike. When Luo Ran saw Yi Qian walking up alone, he was overjoyed. He waved at the boys beside him, picked up the sticks they had prepared beforehand, and chased after Yi Qian, who seemed to have lost her way and was walking slower and slower. Yi Qian counted silently in her heart. She couldn't hear the footsteps of Lu Xian and the others in front of her, nor could she hear the footsteps of the other students behind her. She stopped completely, as if she was thinking about where she should go. This place wasn't bad. There were surveillance cameras, camouflaged soldiers, and at the same time, obstacles. The single log bridge and the protective net made it easy to clean up. If they fell into the net, they wouldn't be able to climb out. She could accidentally step on them and then climb back onto the single log bridge. Year 2 Class 1 was the first to pass the highway course, and Yi Qian was the first to pass the single log bridge course. The disguised soldiers on both sides stared at Yi Qian. As she walked down the single plank bridge step by step, they were ready to rescue her at any time. Then, they saw 5 boys with wooden sticks in their hands rush up to her. The 20-kilometer field training had already covered 12 kilometers. After passing through the 3,000-meter express tunnel, it would be 3 kilometers. If they took the shortcut back to the shooting range, it would be exactly 20 kilometers. After walking for 12 kilometers, Luo Ran and the other 4 boys were actually quite tired. Originally, when they saw Yi Qian stop, they wanted to take a breather and recover some energy so that they could deal with her. Who knew? She would actually stop for a minute and continue walking. Yi Qian, let's see where you can run off to today. How could Luo Ran hold back? He picked up the wooden stick and was the first to rush out. His eyes were filled with ferocity as he stared at her back. At the same time, he raised the wooden stick in his hand and swung it at Yi Qian's head. He was only 17 or 18 years old, but the things he did were so vicious that it could take someone's life. He wasn't any younger than a gangster who had been in society for a few years. On the contrary, he was even worse than them. The wooden stick swung like a gust of wind, bringing with it a huge force. When the other boys saw Luo Ran swinging the wooden stick at the back of the girl's head, they were so frightened that they immediately threw the wooden stick in their hands to the side. 1 or 2 of them were so frightened that they took a few steps back. This. Luo Ran wasn't dealing with someone, he was trying to kill someone. Chapter 627. They could fight, catch a snake to scare a girl, or anything else, but they wouldn't do anything that would take someone's life. The soldiers, who had camouflaged themselves so well that they seemed to be one with the trees in the forest, saw this, and their expressions changed drastically. A soldier with a leaf on his head stood up and shouted at Yi Qian, "Get down, get out of the way." Get down, get out of the way. Of course, Yi Qian could do it, but she didn't want to. Otherwise, how could she teach Luo Ran a lesson in broad daylight? Yi Qian, who was already standing on the single-plank bridge, seemed to have eyes on the back of her head. She made her move when the soldier shouted, "Get down, get out of the way." She quickly moved to the side and grabbed the wooden stick in Luo Ran's hand. She took 2 steps towards the single-plank bridge and used her strength to pull Luo Ran closer to her. Luo Ran, who was also holding onto the other end of the wooden stick, was suddenly pulled by Yi Qian. He was unsteady on his feet and was pulled several steps forward by Yi Qian. One of his feet was on the single-plank bridge, while the other was still on the ground. Where else can I run to? Isn't this a training exercise? Of course I'm running to the assembly point. Yi Qian, who had grabbed onto the wooden stick, skillfully avoided looking at Luo Ran. She said in a voice as soft as the morning breeze, "Student Luo Ran, be careful. Don't let go of the stick." Her smile was even fainter than the wind, but the coldness between her brows was like the edge of an autumn water sword. It was sharp and piercing. When she approached Luo Ran, her eyes were filled with hostility. "I'm not running anywhere today. I'm just here to play with you." When Luo Ran heard this, his naturally ferocious facial features became ferocious. He roared even louder, "I'm going to kill you today." "Sure, I'll be waiting." Yi Jianwan smiled. There was a flash of light in her starry eyes. Although she was smiling slightly, she twisted her hand that was holding the wooden stick. Luo Ran's entire arm was twisted by her, and even the texture of his arm was deformed. Luo Ran was caught off guard and let out a scream. Luo Ran's scream also surprised the soldiers who rushed out to rescue him. They didn't believe that this girl didn't have any skills. An expert's skills could be seen when they made a move. Her move was fast and steady. It was obvious that she had some skills. Luo Ran, who originally wanted to beat Yi Jian until she begged for mercy, did not expect that he would be the one to suffer the pain in the end. His whole arm felt like it was going to be broken. He screamed as the stick fell out of his hand. His ferocious face was twisted in pain. He's only just started and he's already screaming. I thought he was strong, but it looks like he's just an embroidered pillow." Yi Qian's lips curled up slightly. Her dark eyes flashed with a cold light. Before the soldiers could reach the protective net, Yi Qian completed a series of actions. She threw Luo Ran, who was in so much pain that his facial features were twisted, into the protective net. Luo Ran didn't know that his attack didn't hit Yi Qian. Instead, it caused him to suddenly fall down. Before he could finish his scream, he fell down in the next second, causing him to scream in fear. By the time he landed on the protective net, his back was already covered in a layer of cold sweat. Just now, he was so focused on teaching Yi Qian a lesson that he didn't see clearly what was under his feet. When he was thrown out, he was completely stunned. At this moment, he didn't even have time to react. He watched as a black shadow fell from the sky and smashed towards him. The ferocity on his face disappeared, and Luo Ran was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He had always been ruthless when it came to teaching others a lesson, but he couldn't let himself be hurt. When he saw the black shadow fall, he naturally wanted to avoid it. Chapter 628. Luo Ran was so flustered that he only managed to roll half a circle on the net before Yi Qian hit him in the back with the stick. The soldiers who had already rushed to the bottom of the net heard the boy scream again. Since she wanted to teach him a lesson, how could Yi Qian let him run away? Yi Qian, who had fallen with the stick in her hand, didn't show any mercy. She raised the stick in her hand and hit Luo Ran's waist as she fell. She still avoided his back and head. After all, they were in military training. If she really made Luo Ran half paralyzed, the school and the army would be in deep trouble. 2 soldiers were already standing on top of the net and looking at the 2 students who had fallen. They weren't concerned about the boy who fell first, but the girl who was being threatened by the boy. "How are you?" "Relax. Get up first." They had heard every word that the boy had just said. Naturally, their priority now was to save the girl. Yi Qian, who was still holding the stick in her hand, answered quickly, I'm fine. I think the stick in my hand hit his waist when I fell. I'll go check if he's hurt." The soldiers wouldn't let Yi Qian check. That boy had tried to kill her. Seeing that she was about to stand up and walk over, they quickly stopped her. "Don't go over. Get down first." Yi Qian, who had stood up, swayed, and accidentally fell on the net again. Her body fell towards Luo Ran. "Stay away from him." She fell towards Luo Ran. She was worried about the soldiers, so she said, "Don't move. Roll twice on the spot. Stay away from him." He had come over to annoy Luo Ran, so how could he immediately roll away? When she fell, Yi Qian said softly to Luo Ran, who was still in a daze, "I'm so sorry. I failed again. It's the second time. Brother Luo, I'm so sorry." Luo Ran was in so much pain that he felt like his bones were broken. He didn't have time to care about Yi Qian. When he heard Yi Qian's words, he immediately understood that she did it on purpose. As a man, he was bullied by a woman to such an extent. How could he still survive? "You did it on purpose. Fuck, if I don't kill you this time, my surname isn't Luo." After suffering 2 losses in a row, Luo Ran only felt that he had lost all his face. When he thought that the other 4 men might be watching, the fire in his heart burned until his eyes turned red. His mouth spat out ruthless words endlessly. He was so arrogant that he really didn't put the entire army in his eyes. Luo Ran, who was in so much pain that he couldn't get up, was now like a crazy wild dog. When he saw Yi Qian at his feet, he didn't stand up, so he directly rubbed his legs against Yi Qian. "I'm going to kill you, damn it. If worst comes to worst, I'll just spend more money." "Fuck you. You dare to oppose me? Killing you is as easy as killing an ant." The smile in Yi Qian's eyes deepened. "Then give it a try and see if it's simple or not." She forced Luo Ran to be even angrier. She wanted all the soldiers to testify that everything had nothing to do with her, Yi Qian. Under her provocation, Luo Ran's ruthless words angered the soldiers. How could he be so arrogant? He wasn't a student, he was a lawless hooligan. He relied on his family's wealth and always believed that there was nothing in the world that money couldn't solve. Seeing that the boy was kicking the girl with both legs, the soldiers below shouted, "Cut the net! Cut the net!" Chapter 629. His voice traveled to the top of the bridge, scaring the other 4 boys who hadn't taken the bridge yet. What was going on? Luo Ran was scared just now, but why did he sound so angry now? In front of a group of soldiers, he said he was going to kill Yi Qian. The 4 of them looked at each other and said anxiously, "Quick, let's go take a look." In the midst of the chaos, someone said they would go take a look, and they all ran towards the single log bridge. A soldier in disguise walked out from behind a tree and blocked their way. He pointed at a single log bridge and said, "The 4 of you cross from here." The 4 boys, who were already panicking, broke out in a cold sweat when they saw the soldier suddenly appear. They stammered, "Instructor, how are they?" "Mind your own business." The soldier didn't tell them what was going on below. He stood in front of them and used his body to block the boys' view. He said sternly, "Cross the bridge quickly, one by one. Keep a distance of half a meter." After being urged by the soldier, the 4 of them, who were already feeling guilty, didn't dare to look anymore. They pushed each other and hurried to cross the bridge. When they walked to another single-plank bridge and looked down, they saw a large net about a meter away from the single-plank bridge. The net was covered with dead leaves. It turned out that there was a protective net below. Even if they fell, they would be fine. Wiping away his cold sweat, one of the boys took the lead to cross the single log bridge. He subconsciously looked to his left and saw Luo Ran kicking Yi Qian like a madman. That ferocity was really... Even the boys were scared out of their wits. But it was fine as long as Luo Ran was fine. The boy turned his head and whispered to the students behind him who were preparing to cross the bridge, "Brother Luo is fine. Let's go over and help him first." Luo Ran screamed when she fell into the net. Brother Luo was really scared this time. The girl didn't even make a sound when she fell. Fortunately, the 4 of them didn't rush up like Luo Ran. Otherwise, Yi Qian would have taken care of them together. How could Yi Qian let him kick her? She still had the baton in her hands. With the first kick, Yi Jianjian secretly smashed Luo Ran's calf with a stick. She was confident that the soldiers below wouldn't be able to see through the close-range combat while secretly taking care of Luo Ran. In the eyes of the soldiers, It was clearly the boy who kicked the girl to the ground, but the one who screamed was the boy. How could Luo Ran not shout? He was in pain. Her small feet were in pain from being hit by the stick. How could she still kick Yi Qian in an orderly manner? She was purely in so much pain that she was kicking randomly. You call this making life difficult for me? You want to teach me a lesson? Luo Ran, even if I crippled you now, nothing would happen to you. He called out again and again, but Yi Qian spoke calmly. His voice was not loud enough for the soldiers below to hear, but it was loud enough for Luo Ran to hear clearly. The more she said this, the angrier Luo Ran became. But he didn't dare to kick anymore. His legs were in so much pain that he couldn't exert any strength. The protective net on the tree was cut. Luo Ran, who didn't grab the net, was the first to fall. Yi Qian grabbed the net with one hand and didn't let herself fall. Fuck you! Yi Qian, get over here. You stinking soldiers, I have plenty of money at home. Kill her for me. I'll give you money, give you money. Fuck, it hurts so much. Ambulance, I want an ambulance. The words coming out of his mouth were getting more and more nonsensical. When the two soldiers who caught him heard him, they wished they could throw him out immediately. Chapter 630. A squad leader who was squatting with his soldiers walked out. When he heard Luo Ran's arrogant words, he glanced at him coldly and said to his soldiers, "Put him aside." Ambulance. He should be thankful that his mouth wasn't stuffed with mud. When the soldiers heard this, they threw aside the boy who was clamoring and wanted to throw money at them. Stinky soldier? This was already insulting a soldier. Luo Ran, who wanted to use money to solve the problem, roared with a ferocious face, "Damn it, you think the money is too little? Name me a price. I don't lack money, kill her." When Yi Qian, who was still hanging from the protective net, heard this, his eyes suddenly flashed with anger. Their matter was a private matter, yet he dared to insult the soldiers. After that, Yi Qian said, "Thank you," to the two soldiers and walked towards Luo Ran with a gloomy face. "Luo Ran, don't drag the soldiers into this. I'm standing right here. If you have the ability, come and fight me." In Yi Qian's eyes, no matter which unit the soldiers were in, they were all comrades. Luo Ran insulting them was even more unacceptable than insulting himself. When the soldiers saw the quiet female soldier rush out to protect them, they felt a rush of warmth in their hearts. They quickly pulled her back. "Don't take him seriously. There are plenty of people in society who can teach him a lesson." "Fine, I'll teach you a lesson now." Luo Ran was still sitting, but when he heard this, he stood up abruptly. However, he forgot that his feet were bruised by Yi Qian. He sucked in a breath of cold air and endured the pain. His eyes were as fierce as the eyes of a crocodile. "Don't run if you have the guts." When the two soldiers saw this, they grabbed Luo Ran's hands and said loudly, "Behave yourself. How dare you hit people in the military? You must be tired of living." A soldier is hitting a student. A soldier is hitting a student. During military training, Luo Ran had provoked the soldiers' authority countless times. He relied on the fact that instructors couldn't hit or scold students, so he was particularly presumptuous. Now that he was being held by two soldiers, he simply shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help! Help! A stinky soldier is hitting a student. Someone come quickly." The stinky soldier hit a student. When Yi Qian heard this, he laughed instead of getting angry. "Luo Ran, do you think the army is a black market?" In front of these soldiers who were prepared for the country and the people, he kept asking them to pay, and even said that they were stinky soldiers. What kind of family could produce such an insufferably arrogant fellow? Of course we stink as soldiers. How can we not stink when we're covered in sweat every day? You, on the other hand, not only do you have a foul mouth, even your heart is foul. The class leader quietly shielded Yi Qian behind her. She stared coldly at the boy and said in a deep voice, "You should think about how you're going to explain this to the school. Using money to hire killers? Boy, we're all listening." Yi Qian said in a low voice, "Class rep, he's coming for me. If you let him go and the students hear about it, they might really think that you hit him." One had to know that his legs were definitely covered in bruises right now. He couldn't let the soldiers take the blame for him. "It's fine, you go first. Leave this to us." The class leader turned her head and looked at the girl who stood up for the soldiers. She had a smile on her tanned face. He said that we hit him, but he needs to have evidence. It was because he had evidence that Yi Qian couldn't let the soldiers hit him. She looked coldly at Luo Ran and heard the class leader ask her, "How are you? Are you in extreme pain anywhere? If you're not feeling well, I'll order the soldiers to carry you to the evacuation vehicle on a stretcher. The medical staff in the vehicle can give you a checkup." Chapter 631. After all, Yi Qian was trained to be a special forces soldier, so even the class leader didn't notice her sneak attack. She shook her head and said, "I didn't really kick him. He looks fierce, but he's not that bad." She pointed at Luo Ran. "Class leader, let him go. I also want to see how strong he really is." She didn't even need to try. She could tell that he didn't have any skills. Money makes the world go round. Luo Ran's so-called arrogance was built on the foundation of money. He used money to bribe others to stand up for him and make himself look awe-inspiring. "We won't take care of him. Someone will take care of him when he's outside." The class leader glanced at the boy who thought he was great. She sneered and said, "This kind of person deserves a beating no matter where he goes. He's not worth our time." However, this girl was right. If an unsuspecting student heard him shouting like this, they would really think that their comrades hit him. She raised her hand and signaled her comrades to let him go. There was no need to argue with this kind of person. When the two soldiers saw their squad leader's signal, they released their grip and lightly pushed Luo Ran forward. Luo Ran's head was pushed down, and he staggered a few steps before he fell to the ground. He fell right in front of the class leader's feet. His forehead even hit the tip of the class leader's canvas shoes. Every time he opened his mouth, he either cursed or humiliated people. If they weren't in the military, he would have covered his head with his clothes and punched him until he cried for his parents. In the outside world, as long as Luo Ran said he was willing to pay, people would line up to fight for him. It had been like this since he was young. He had never suffered in front of anyone, and no one would refuse him in front of money. Luo Ran, who fell and got hit in the chest by a rock, was furious. His facial features were as fierce as a murderer's. He grabbed a fist-sized rock and threw it at the class leader's feet without thinking. There was no way he could succeed with his skills. The class leader took a step back and easily dodged it. A cold light flashed in her bright eyes. She looked at the boy who attacked an active-duty soldier and said indifferently, "Send him to the teacher, then cut down all the nearby surveillance videos and hand them to the school." This is the first time I've seen a student who publicly insults and attacks an active-duty soldier. Luo Ran lost his rationality after failing again and again. He was used to being arrogant and was used to being flattered by others. Now that he hit a wall again, he was furious and cursed, "You poor soldier, stop putting on airs in front of me. You think you're so great, but in my eyes, you're just a blade of grass." "So what? You think I'm afraid of them? I'm not even afraid of the principal." Yi Jian's hands gradually clenched into fists when she heard him. She took 2 steps forward and said in a cold voice, "Luo Ran, stand up now. Let's have a good fight." Luo Ran was speechless. His eyes were bloodshot. The class leader was stunned when he heard this, because he realized this girl was really going to start a fight with the boy. "What are you doing?" The more you pay attention to him, the more he gets motivated. The class leader didn't want the 2 students to start a fight in front of her, so she said to her comrades, "What are you waiting for? Take him away." The 2 soldiers heard this and saluted their class leader. They responded with a yes, and walked in front of Luo Ran with cold eyes. Chapter 632. The class leader blocked Yi Qian again. "Hurry up and gather, it's almost time to eat. Hurry up and gather." She then whispered, "I can't control you guys outside, but this is the military. If you guys really fight, then his fault will become the fault of both of you. I don't see any injuries on you. Hurry up and leave, we know what to do." Luo Ran really wanted to fight with Yi Qian. Both times, it was Yi Qian who brought it up, but he was stopped by the soldiers. Now that he saw the 2 soldiers walking towards him with unfriendly gazes, he didn't stand up and step back. "What are you doing? What are you doing? You want to hit me? I'm warning you, if you dare to hit me, I'll sue you. If you dare to touch me, I won't fucking let you guys off." "Touch you? Don't dirty our hands. One of the soldiers looked at him coldly. He grabbed Luo Ran's shoulder with one hand and clamped down on his arm with the other. The two of them lifted Luo Ran up. The boy with the sharp and arrogant eyes sneered, "Dealing with you is your parents' business, it has nothing to do with us." They really couldn't hit or scold students. Even if Luo Ran cursed fiercely, the soldiers could only endure it. Yi Qian glanced at him and said to the class leader, "Okay, we'll deal with it outside. But class leader, can I go over and say a few words to him? I promise I won't hit him." It was fine to say a few words. Besides, the boy was being held down, so there was no need to worry about him hurting the girl. She nodded and said seriously, "Okay, I'll give you 1 minute. After you say it, we'll immediately take him away." In less than a minute, Yi Qian walked in front of Luo Ran. She looked at Luo Ran quietly with bloodshot eyes. "I'll give you a chance to take revenge. Next Sunday night, I'll get off the bus at the intersection in front of the school. If you have the guts, bring your men over." He wasn't even afraid of the principal? How could he survive in the school if he brought a crowd to beat up a student? No matter how rich their family was, since this matter had already been stirred up, the bigger the better. After she finished speaking, the soldiers didn't give Luo Ran a chance to reply and forcefully took him away. This caused Luo Ran to scold the soldiers one moment and Yi Qian the next. They could be heard from several meters away. Just then, the students of grade 12 class 6 passed through. Yao Jing heard Luo Ran's voice coming from the top of the mountain. She listened carefully and heard him say, "Yi Jing, just you fucking wait. Wait for me next Friday." Hearing this, Yao Jing's face darkened. Useless thing. Not only did he fail to teach Yi Qian a lesson, he even got himself implicated. The field training was about to end, but they hadn't found a single opportunity. "Yao Jing, hurry up. Our classmates are rushing us." She stood still, and the girl behind her urged her, "Hurry up and rest. I'm exhausted." The shouting gradually faded away. Yao Jing took a deep breath and continued forward. At such a good time, 1 or 2 people were so stupid that they forgot to bring their brains with them. When Yi Qian returned to school, she might as well hire someone to climb over the wall at night and beat her up secretly. Grade 12 class 3 passed through the long line of students. It was already past 11 in the morning when all the students passed through the 3-kilometer express lane. After they passed through, a delicious lunch was waiting for them. Every class meals were delivered to the mountain on time. As grade 12 class 1 students were the first to arrive, they happened to see the soldiers carrying large stainless steel buckets filled with rice and vegetables. The logistics were impeccable. Chapter 633. When Yi Qian rushed back, her classmates were all sitting in the resting area, waiting for dinner. And Jiasin, who had been anxiously waiting for Yi Qian's return, was now asking around if anyone had seen Yi Qian. At that time, she was so tired that she didn't even have the strength to stand up. In a daze, she heard Yi Qian say that she would be back soon. In the end, she waited until now and didn't see her return, so she couldn't help but feel anxious. When the instructor of class 1 heard that Yi Qian didn't return, he couldn't believe it. "How is that possible? She left before me. She should be resting somewhere. Let's go, I'll go look for her with you. I've already looked for her and asked many classmates. It's really her. Yi Qian really didn't come back. If it weren't for that bastard Luo Ran, she wouldn't be so worried." And Jiasin was so anxious that she was on the verge of tears. Even her voice changed. "Instructor, quickly send someone to look for her. She really didn't come back." She couldn't say that Yi Qian went to look for Luo Ran. What if she said too much and caused unnecessary trouble? Wouldn't that be bad? The instructor didn't panic. He comforted her. "Go rest. I'll go look for her. I'll go look for her." It was impossible for her to go missing. There were scouts all the way, and the regiment even sent out 12 classes to protect her. If anything really happened, he would definitely know. And Jiasin, whose eyes were red from anxiety, couldn't sit still and rest. She didn't see Yi Ying immediately lower her eyes when she heard that Yi Qian didn't come back. Her eyes were filled with deep amusement. Did that mean that Luo Ran had succeeded? Why did the good news come so suddenly? She couldn't believe it. The scene of Yi Qian stripping the snake flashed through her mind. Yi Ying's smile froze. She suddenly felt that, She really couldn't believe that Luo Ran and a few boys would succeed. It would be more believable if he found a few hooligans to do it. Yi Ying, who had lost her appetite after smelling the food, had all sorts of thoughts. Of course, she wanted to see Yi Qian get beaten up by Luo Ran, but she also felt that it was unlikely. So when Yi Qian walked over and Jiasin, who had said that she had no strength at all, suddenly stood up. Seeing Yi Qian in perfect condition, her eyes were filled with deep disappointment. Luo Ran, this trash, actually didn't succeed again. Do you want to throw up again? The girl sitting beside her saw that Yi Ying's face was even worse than before and thought that she was feeling unwell again. She quickly picked up her water bottle and stood up. I'll help you to the side. You can't vomit here. Realizing that she had overreacted, Ying quickly withdrew her gaze and smiled at the girl. Nothing. My legs are a little numb from sitting, so I want to stand up and walk around. He didn't succeed again, damn it. Just how was he going to deal with that damned girl? You scared me to death. You scared me to death. And Jiasin was crying and laughing at the same time. When she saw Yi Qian standing beside her safe and sound, she felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. She immediately felt her legs giving way. Quick, give me a hand. I'm too weak. Seeing that his friend was concerned about him, Yi Qian hid the hostility between his brows and his expression softened. I'm fine. If something really happened, it wouldn't be me. Let's go and rest for a while. I can smell the aroma of food. Dinner should be served soon. I'm sweating all over, and now I'm sweating all over. My appetite will probably be comparable to a guy's. Once Yi Qian returned, and Jiasin felt as if nothing had happened. She didn't ask anything. In her eyes, she only knew that her friend had returned safely. Nothing else mattered. Chapter 634. To Yi Qian, it was her fortune to have a friend like Jiasin who never asked her why and only cared about her safety. Soon, Yao Jing also saw Yi Qian. As she walked over with her classmates, she only glanced at Yi Qian from the corner of her eyes. Luo Ran wasn't here, but Yi Qian was. Something must have happened to Luo Ran. Thinking of this possibility, Yao Jing forced herself to take a deep breath to calm her anger. Asking Luo Ran to deal with Yi Qian? It was indeed unreliable. If Yang Heng were to do it, she wouldn't have to worry about failure. Yao Jing couldn't help but recall what she saw last night. She felt the anger that she tried so hard to suppress surging uncontrollably. She glanced coldly at Yi Qian again. He was so difficult to deal with. It seemed that Luo Ran alone wouldn't be enough. She had to think of another way. Two malicious gazes fell on him. Even if it was just from the corner of her eyes, Yi Qian was sensitive enough to sense it. When he caught sight of it a second time, he immediately looked up. Yi Qian, who was about to drink from his water bottle, looked at Yao Jing. His lips slowly curved upwards as he waved the water bottle at her, as if he was provoking her. It made Yao Jing feel even more contemptuous. Gritting her teeth, Yao Jing returned a bright smile. Her heartstrings were stretched taut. Last night she was almost discovered by her. Now, she just happened to catch sight of her from the corner of her eyes. This meant that she must have seen her last night. Thinking of this, Yao Jing's heart skipped a beat. Yi Qian wasn't easy to deal with. It was impossible to get Luo Ran to deal with him alone. Let's eat. Everyone in Grade 2 Class 1 is here. It was lunchtime. Grade 2 Class 1, which had everyone present, was the first to start eating. The students who were too tired to stand up gritted their teeth and stood up even if they didn't have the energy. Lao Lian's lunch was even more sumptuous. There were pork ribs, braised fish and beef. They were all high-calorie and high-protein dishes. The soup was kelp and pork bone soup. It was cooked to a creamy white. Just looking at it made one's mouth water. As the first batch of high school students in the province to participate in military training, although it was very tiring, they did not lose out in terms of food. The sun was already shining above their heads. After the second and third year students of Provincial 1st High School and 16th High School had finished their meal, they rested in the forest that was a restricted military zone. They had an hour to rest. At this moment, even the naughtiest boys would sit down, tilt their heads, and fall asleep in the shade of the trees. The terrain of the resting forest was relatively flat. The weeds and shrubs on the ground had been completely removed. All the sensors could see all the students 360 degrees without any blind spots. The infrared sensors on the periphery were densely packed. Anyone who crossed the line would be alerted immediately. The instructors took turns to rest, keeping watch with their comrades who were secretly protecting them and paying attention to the movements of the students. There was a student who showed a pained expression when he fell asleep. Immediately, a medic trotted over to check on the student's body. Time ticked by. When the accompanying platoon leader saw the 5 students on the receiving vehicle, he picked up the walkie-talkie and connected it to the individual walkie-talkies of all the instructors. In the afternoon, the leaders of the provincial military region will come to inspect the shooting range. Please get ready. Class 1 got it. Class 2 got it. In the stiff and crisp replies, all the instructors finished answering at once. Sitting in the hall of the provincial military region, the regiment commander of the anti-chemical regiment was having a serious meeting. The person who presided over the meeting was quite a high-ranking officer. The gold stars on his epaulette flashed so brightly that he, as the regiment commander, did not dare to be distracted. This was the leader of the general military region. Chapter 635. The regiment commander of the anti-chemical regiment had rushed to the provincial military region at the last minute. If the chief from the capital had not mentioned military training, he would not be sitting next to these chiefs who had higher military ranks and occupations than him. The students are the hope of the country. They are our successors. They are the future of the country. Military training must be passed down from generation to generation. It must become the spirit of our country. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was sitting on the main podium, said word by word calmly, full of the military prestige that made people admire him. Regiment Commander Lu wrote down the key points of the meeting and asked the regiment commander sitting next to him, "Old Gua, are the students of the provincial number 1 middle school in your regiment?" "The provincial number 1 middle school and number 16 middle school are in my regiment." "But are you also assigned to your regiment?" They were all from the same province and would meet each other during the provincial military region meetings. Therefore, they all knew each other. Regiment Commander Gua glanced at Regiment Commander Lu's notes and could not help but laugh. "Your handwriting has improved a lot." Hearing this, Regiment Commander Lu closed his notebook and stared at him. "Your handwriting is not much different from mine. Don't change the topic. Let me ask you something." Old Gua had regained some confidence after seeing his handwriting. Regiment Commander Lu simply took the notebook in his hand. "There is a girl named Yi Qian in the provincial number 1 middle school. How is it? Are you pleasantly surprised?" It was as if he was the baby of his family, unable to resist the urge to show off. Even the expression on his face was filled with a sense of pride, as if he was honored. Regiment Commander Gua, who had wanted to make fun of him for a while, heard this. "Hey, good guy." The person that his political commissar was jealous of was right in front of him. He immediately became interested. "Let's talk about this later." "Let's talk about it later. It's a long story." "Okay, let's talk about it over dinner. I have something to do in the afternoon. I have to rush back to the base at 8 p.m. You can get back to the regiment in a few hours, but I have to wait until tomorrow." Regiment Commander Lu rushed over from Fujian town. After the meeting, he had to accompany Commander-in-Chief Xia to the automobile training base to take a look. Then, he had to catch the train back to the city at 6 p.m. It would take him another 6 hours to get back to Fujian town. The two of them couldn't always talk to each other, so they ended the conversation after a few words. Southern Province is the first province to implement military training in secondary schools. This provides valuable experience for the provinces that need to include military training next year. All the troops that hold the military training will write a summary report after the end of the training for the provinces to refer to. It was already noon. With the end of Commander-in-Chief Xia's meeting, the whole meeting finally came to an end with applause. Green figures with golden epaulets representing military ranks walked out of the venue in an orderly manner. Their military might was so heavy that it was suffocating. Walking at the front was naturally Commander-in-Chief Xia. Although the meeting had ended, the task of understanding the affairs of the various troops and regiments was not over yet. The provincial military leaders who accompanied him were dressed in casual clothes and did not feel hot walking under the scorching sun. All of their attention was focused on the conversation with the commander-in-chief. Their expressions were serious as they answered his questions carefully. Commander-in-Chief Xia, as a general of the army, was the highest military rank in the army and also the highest military rank in the entire army. In the face of this chief with the highest military rank in the entire army, no one dared to take him lightly. No one dared to have the slightest intention of fooling him. They walked so fast that their shirts were soaked in sweat. Regiment Commander Lu, who wanted to say a few words to Regiment Commander Gua of the Anti-Chemical Regiment, was stopped by his colleagues. As for Regiment Commander Gua, he was even more busy. He was dragged to Commander-in-Chief Xia for questioning. Chapter 636. Only now did Commander Gua know who the provincial military had informed him a few days ago that there would be a chief from the capital visiting the military training on the day of their regiment's military training. It turned out that it was Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was so powerful that no one dared to look at him directly. There's no need to be extravagant tomorrow. The southern province is the first military training place in the country. The higher-ups attach great importance to it, so they sent me here to take a look. What about you guys? If you have any requests or difficulties, feel free to tell us. Only by telling us can we know how to perfect your requests and solve your difficulties. Commander-in-Chief Xia had a dignified manner in front of the soldiers. Every word he said was powerful and had a deterrence that directly struck the hearts of the soldiers. Even if you didn't bring a pen and ink, you could still remember every word he said in your heart. Regiment Commander Gua was a lieutenant colonel. There were countless regiment commanders and lieutenant colonels in the country, and he was not a military officer stationed in the capital. It would be a lie if he said that he was not nervous when meeting Commander-in-Chief Xia for the first time. Hearing this, he immediately said, "At present, there are no difficulties that the military region needs to solve. Although there are some small problems during the military training, they can be solved in time. The cooperation between the school and the army is also good. During these few days of military training, the potential of the students can be seen even more clearly. This completely proves that implementing the military training system in each school is a very correct policy. There are many small bad habits of the students that can be solved in a few days of military training, but there are also some very stubborn students. This is a problem of family education. Even if they are sent to the army, they can't change their bad habits." He was talking about Luo Ran. This kid even dared to scold his soldiers. How could he not teach him a lesson? Commander-in-Chief Xia understood the implication of his words. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "What you said is indeed a problem. There are many people who rely on their families' connections in the army to send their children to the army. They hope that the army can correct their children's mistakes. As for some cadres, as long as it doesn't affect their promotion, they turn a blind eye. They invite some trouble back. Not only is it a waste of military funds, but it also seriously infringes on the rights of taxpayers. Every student's military training results must be recorded. Their words, actions, and character must all be recorded in detail to serve as a reference for future local conscription. You have to give those naughty students a chance as well. You have to remember those stubborn students. Don't let them rely on their connections to make a living in the army." If someone with a keen understanding of military affairs heard this, they would know that this was the first step in rectifying the unhealthy atmosphere in the army. The reorganization of the entire army was not a small matter. The water involved was too deep. If one was not careful, the ship could capsize. As the helmsman, he had to stabilize the rudder and steadily sail the ship to the port. Regiment Commander Gua was not that sharp. He only knew that the other meaning of the military training was as he and the political commissar had guessed. He felt relieved as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. "Commander-in-Chief, I would like to follow Regiment Commander Gua to the Anti-Chemical Regiment to take a look. Is that okay?" Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't know when a major came to his right hand. He didn't know about his existence until he spoke. Regiment Commander Gua couldn't help but take a second look. He saw some clues. This major's expression was similar to Commander-in-Chief Xia's. When he pursed his lips, There was a murderous aura that even he didn't have. Chapter 637. If he hadn't opened his mouth, he wouldn't have noticed. It was so silent that even with so many people present, no one noticed this major. Commander-in-Chief Xia glanced at him and said to Commander Gua, "The Southern Province's Chemical Defense Regiment is a role model for all the troops. He's here to learn from you for a few days." The Snowfield Brigade was weak in chemical defense. Now that there were more and more missions abroad, they had sent several of their corps members to learn from the Chemical Defense Regiment. The Southern Province's Chemical Defense Regiment was one of the strongest in the military. Xia Jinyuan, who was supposed to go to the Lindong military region, changed places with his comrades and went to the Southern Province's Chemical Defense Regiment. The reason was simple. Yi Qian was in the Southern Province. Moreover, she was going to be training in the Chemical Defense Regiment. His decision to change places at the last minute was a wise one. There was no reason for Commander Guan not to agree. Moreover, their regiment was supposed to send elites to the military region. If they stayed, they would become members of the nation's first chemical defense anti-terrorism special forces. Now that even Commander-in-Chief Xia thought highly of his regiment, it was an honor for the soldiers. A reorganization of the entire army was unknowingly unfolding in the dark. As students, how would they know that every word they said during military training had such great significance? At this moment, all of them woke up from their afternoon naps. Their legs were so sore that they didn't want to move at all. But how could they do that? The whistle blew and all the students of Grade 2 Class 1 stood at attention. Seeing their high morale, they had to stand up even if they didn't want to. Fortunately, there were only 5 kilometers left. They just had to endure it and endure it for a while. 5 kilometers could be covered by walking normally for about an hour, but for the students who had been marching for hours, it took even longer. Even when the boys were starting to complain about being tired, Yi Qian walked at a brisk pace. She even helped the girls in her class from time to time. Even so, no one saw her fall behind. When they looked up, they could always see her as straight as the instructor walking at the front. Yi Ying looked at the figure that made the instructor smile. The jealousy in her heart was like thousands of ants gnawing at her internal organs. She was now a shining point of light wherever she went. Wherever he went, he would be envied and worshipped. It shouldn't be like this. An orphan, a thing with nothing, should live a lowly life. He should live in Yi Ying's halo forever and do things according to her whims. She thought of the past. Yi Qian ate, wore, and used things that Shi Ying did not want. Even if it was a small toothbrush, it was something that she had used before. But now, everything had changed. As long as Yi Qian was around, the halo would always be on her, and she had become a supporting character. She could only look at her, and even be deeply hurt by the halo on her. Everyone only saw the current Yi Qian, but they did not know what she was like in the past. Lowly, cowardly, incompetent. The Yi Qian of the past was this unbearable. Why didn't anyone believe in him? But why should I believe in Yi Qian, who used to be so despicable? She was still smiling. She didn't know what she said, but the instructor actually gave her a thumbs up. Ying only felt that her body was falling rapidly, as if she was falling into a bottomless abyss. No, I can't admit defeat. How can I admit defeat? Absolutely not. And I can't lose to a wretched girl. Chapter 638. Wang Rui, did you notice that the instructor treats Yi Qian differently? He even gave her a thumbs up. Also, I noticed that the instructor is quite handsome too. He looks like the type that Yi Qian likes. The jealousy in Yi Ying's heart turned into soft words. Yi Ying said to the girl supporting her, "It looks like they're a good match." There was a shrill voice in his heart that was telling him that he must do something, How could she let her be in the limelight? How could she continue to be in the limelight? Wang Rui was the class life committee member. The class committee took turns taking care of Yi Ying, who had a heart condition, and the girls with weaker physiques. She was so tired that she didn't even have the energy to talk. How could she have noticed if the instructor gave Yi Qian a thumbs up? Hearing this, she said weakly, "Yi Qian is already very outstanding. It's normal for her to be praised by the instructor. Okay, if you have the energy to talk, can you walk by yourself? I really don't have the energy to support you. I want to change people, change people. This Ying is really... I don't know what to say about her. She said that the instructor is Yi Qian's type. How did you know? Wang Rui didn't say anything. Instead, she called for a change and called the class leader, Lu Exen, over. Class leader, take over. I want to rest. I strongly request to rest. Wang Rui wasn't a talkative girl. She didn't like to gossip. In addition, Yi Qian often tutored her. The scales in her heart were obviously biased towards Yi Qian. After handing Yi Ying over to the class leader, she immediately rushed to the front. She didn't want to stay for even a second. Yi Ying was so angry that she almost fell over. What's wrong with Wang Rui? Didn't you say she didn't have the energy? Why does it look like she still has some energy? She runs pretty fast. Lu Exen supported Yi Ying's arm with both hands. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw Wang Rui rushing to the front. She must be trying to grab the target. She hasn't even seen a gun before. Don't even have the energy to shoot. He didn't even see Yi Ying's darkened face. He started talking to himself, then shut up after he finished. Yi Ying had no choice but to endure it. She couldn't say that the vice class leader liked the instructor in front of the class leader, right? Although LVXN was a boy, he had been crawling and running for more than 10 kilometers. After all, he was still a student, so he was tired. After helping Yi Ying walk a few hundred meters, he smiled and said, I say, Yi Ying, it's better if you don't participate in these kinds of group activities that your body can't take. You said you don't want to be a burden to the class, but think about it. Every few hundred meters or 1 kilometer, the class has to send a student to help you walk. This is already a burden to the class. Didn't you say yesterday that Yi Qian's last-minute addition would affect the class's military training score? Actually, you're the same today. You had nothing to do with it, but you insisted on joining. Not only did you tire yourself out, but you also made us, the class committee, very tired. If you want to challenge yourself, you have to take your body into consideration. Heart disease was a disease of the rich. It could only be recuperated. How could it be tormented for more than 10 kilometers? Why is your face so ugly? Do you want to take a break? LVXIN said with a smile. He saw that her face was a bit pale, so he stopped walking and planned to help her to the side of the road to sit down. Ying, who wasn't sick, gritted her teeth and revealed a bitter smile. I'm sorry, class leader. I didn't think I would be so useless. I can't even walk more than 10 kilometers. You're right. People should do their best in everything they do. I've really put you all through a lot this time. Chapter 639. It's good that you understand. Are you sure you don't want to rest? Can you still continue walking? Lu Exen asked worriedly, You have to tell us if you're not feeling well. The instructor told us to take care of you. Patient? She wasn't sick at all. She wasn't sick. Yi Ying, who was roaring in her heart, suddenly felt like she had shot herself in the foot. She had grown up in the village since she was a child. If it weren't for this heart disease, would she have to pretend to be sick every day? Now, she wanted to show off during the military training, to let the instructor and her classmates know that she, Ying, was actually very capable. But in the end, she couldn't show off because of her heart disease. Ying was unwilling to give up. The last 5 kilometers were getting shorter and shorter. Following the instructor's shout, the students at the front began to sprint towards the assembly point. There were arrow signs along the way, indicating where to go. Yi Qian said to the instructor, Then I'll go first. I'll wait for my classmates at the assembly point. Okay, remember to plant the victory flag in our camp. The instructor was obviously happy that his students were the first to reach the assembly point. He laughed at Yi Qian and said, Wait for me to bring them back. He was telling his comrades that he would definitely return victorious. Yi Qian naturally reached out and high-fived the instructor. Good luck. Keep it up. Such a handsome and soldierly action didn't seem out of place when Yi Qian did it. The instructor watched as Yi Qian took large strides and gradually broke into a jog. In a short while, he had shaken off a few boys. After turning a corner, the instructor could no longer see Yi Qian's figure. Students of Grade 2, Class 1, do your best. Your comrade Yi Qian is already sprinting. Are there any men who dare to compete with Yi Qian? Yi Qian being the first to sprint undoubtedly raised the morale of the entire class. Countless voices shouted in response, "Go, Grade 2, Class 1, do your best. Strive to be the best, don't fall behind. Go!" With the first to sprint, there was a second to sprint. Not only the students of Grade 2 Class 1, but the other Grade 2 classes and the boys of Grade 3 Class 3 also started to jog and sprint from behind. The instructor said that Yi Qian rushed to the front again. "Damn. If she gets first place again, all of us boys will have no face. There's nothing you can do about it even if you're shameless. You're good at everything. Yangheng, you can do it. Now it's up to you to make our class proud. Those who specialize in sports, are you guys hungry? Can you run a little faster? Zhang Bin, do your best. Come on, Zhang Bin. We think highly of you." When Lu Xian saw that the students who weren't from his class had started to run while he, as the class monitor, was still dawdling, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Damn, they're all running. I have to run too. Yi Ying watched helplessly as her classmates were led away by Yi Qian. All of them were willing to follow her example. As the blood in her chest churned, she heard Lu Xian say, "Ying, I have to sprint too." "You don't have to sprint. Rest as you walk and wait for the container truck to pick you up." After saying that, he immediately found a place to sit down and rest. Sit here, sit here. Take the water bottle and essential bomb. Don't wander around. Even though the instructor is secretly protecting us, we can't keep causing trouble for them, right? Chapter 640. Yi Ying, who was actually planning to walk away after LVXN left, swallowed her anger. She almost fainted from anger, forgetting that there were many soldiers protecting the students in the dark along the way. They would know if she walked away on purpose. Yi Ying could only sit down and wait for the container truck. The platoon leader of the anti-chemical regiment asked the soldier at the front, 0606, "Who's in the front now?" 0606, received. Yi Qian from Grade 2 Class 1. Yi Qian from Grade 2 Class 1 is in the first. What's the distance between them? The platoon leader in the middle of the team moved quickly while asking the soldiers to keep an eye on the students. Sprinting while tired would cause the heart to beat faster. The weak could faint at any time, so they couldn't let their guard down. The distance between them is about 1 kilometer. There are 5 boys following closely behind. The first boy is Grade 3 Class 1 Yangheng. The platoon leader wasn't surprised to hear these 2 names. Yi Qian was a dark horse. The political commissar had reminded her last night that she was a soldier trained by a certain army. Naturally, she was stronger than the students. However, it was rare to see someone so strong that even a veteran like her was shocked. A student who was more like a soldier than a soldier. No matter what he did next, it shouldn't be shocking anymore. The platoon leader cut off the communication with the sentry post and waved to the soldiers hiding in the dark to help a pale-faced boy away. Then she stopped and watched as wave after wave of students passed in front of her, gritting her teeth. The 6 days of military training had been very rewarding. They had sharpened their minds and built the courage to challenge their limits and defeat themselves. For the students, they had already reached the standard of this military training. So far, no one had taken the initiative to withdraw from the 20-kilometer field training. Even if they got on the container truck, they would immediately get off and walk again as soon as their bodies recovered. If others could do it, they could do it too. It was this unyielding spirit that made them complete the first self-challenge in their lives. After sitting for a while, Yi Ying saw the students pass in front of her one after another. She gritted her teeth and stood up again. She wasn't tired, but for her heart disease, she had to pretend to be tired. After a few steps, someone caught up with her and said in a deep voice, "Luo Ran was taken away by force." It was Yao Jing. She finally found a chance to talk to Yi Ying. That trash. Don't look for him in the future. Don't drag yourself into it. Now that she and Yi Ying were in the same boat, it was only right for her to inform Yi Ying if anything happened. If anything happened, there would be someone to take the blame for her. Yao Jing's thoughts were deep, but Yi Ying wasn't bad either. Hearing this, a gloomy look flashed in her eyes. She immediately took a big step forward and said in a low voice, "What does it have to do with us? Why are you so anxious?" "But I'm afraid that you're anxious. When Yao Jing saw that Lin Yiqian was deliberately distancing herself from her, she swept a cold glance at her and quickened her pace to catch up. Didn't you say that you had something to do at the shooting range? Since Luo Ran was taken away, nothing will happen to Yiqian. Ying, you're going to have a hard time. There was a kind of friend who could be smiling at one moment like Siamese twins, and the next second, they could be laughing at each other and stabbing each other. However, after a while, they could be together for something that was mutually beneficial to them. Chapter 641. This kind of friend could not be called a friend. They could turn against each other for benefits, but they could also work together for benefits. In their eyes, there was no friendship, only benefits. Yao Jing and Yi Ying were this kind of friends. They both wanted to drag each other down with them. Every sentence was either a test or a competition. They did not find it tiring. I don't feel bad about it. I'm used to it since middle school. Yi Ying would not fall for her trick. Her eyes flickered and she said softly, Yang Heng and Yi Qian are very close. Jing, do you think Yang Heng likes Yi Qian? Wasn't it an air defense evacuation before? Yi Qian joined at the last minute and did not participate. He only helped the instructor with some things. I also did not participate because of my health. I only saw Yang Heng walk directly to Yi Qian after he came out. She slowed down and even her voice was a little low. I was standing beside him, but Yang Heng did not see me. He walked directly to Yi Qian. The first sentence was I knew you were first. I felt something was wrong when I heard it. When I took a closer look, the smile on Yang Heng's face had never appeared in front of me. It was a smile that made him look different. In the future, Jing, don't say things like Yang Heng likes me. It's not like that at all. He clearly likes Yi Qian. Always wanting her to make a move. Yao Jing, let's see how long you can hold it in. This move really made Yao Jing's heart sink. After all, her kung fu was more profound. After hearing this, other than her voice becoming a little tense, the smile on her face did not lessen at all. My mother always says that men are fickle when they are young. When they see something good, they will say something good. When they see something good, they will say something good. But what does it matter? The key is that he is a good person. As long as he is a good person, everything will be fine in the future. You, don't be discouraged. I will say good things about you in front of Yang Heng. I will definitely make him like you again. It seemed that the Yi sisters were born to be at odds with her. Yi Ying was better, at least she was a little useful to her. But Yi Qing was like her nemesis. Nothing good would come out of it when she met her. Looking at Yao Jing, who was pretending to be indifferent, Ying pursed her lips and laughed silently. If she was having a hard time, then don't think that you'll have a good time either. Since they were on the same boat, they would either win together or lose together. The two of them, who had their own agendas, had become friends who could support each other. Yi Jian, who had never relied on others and disdained to resort to underhanded means, relied on her own strength and steadily climbed to the peak step by step. The bright red flag was planted in the camp of Year 2 Class 1. The red flag fluttering in the wind became the motivation for the students of Year 2 Class 1 and the other classes. The finish line was right in front of them. If they persevered until the end, they would welcome their own victory. It took Yi Qian 20 minutes to reach the last 5 kilometers. This was the easiest thing for Yi Qian. She had trained with Fujian Town's army twice before, once in the summer and once in the winter. She had completed 3 types of field training with the soldiers, such as marching in extreme weather, rushing over long distances, and long-distance running at night. When facing the ordinary field training of the students, she did not think about winning, but about becoming the benchmark of the whole class. Here we are. We finally made it. I'm convinced by myself. 20 kilometers of field training, I've toughened up for once. As more and more students reached the finish line, tears came along with laughter. They were tears of joy. They were happy that they had won the battle. Chapter 642. When the students of Grade 2 Class 1 saw Yi Jian standing under the red flag, she looked like a warrior guarding the border. Her posture was straight, and she stood tall under the red flag. That kind of demeanor was fascinating, and that kind of charm made them deeply impressed. Yi Qian was the one and only Yi Qian. Who else could compare to him? Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in the distance, had a faint smile on his handsome face. He was quietly watching the girl who was growing up day by day. In his eyes, no one was as elegant as her. She was carrying her own sky on her thin shoulders. "Little fox, good job." Two instructors walked up to her. They naturally saluted Yi Qian, who was standing under the 5-starred red flag. They lifted their chins slightly and saluted the red flag that was fluttering in the wind. Xia Jinyuan stood up straight and saluted the red flag as well. At this moment, not only did Xia Jinyuan salute the red flag, but all the soldiers who saw the 5-starred red flag also saluted. Gradually, all the students also saluted. At that moment, none of the thousands of students spoke or made a scene. Their expressions were all the same. They were solemn, and inviolable. The wind in the mountains blew gently, bringing with it the sound of the victory bugle call. Someone began to recite the oath they took on the day of the military training. "I am a student of the military training program. We take an oath under the 5-starred red flag. I am determined to study hard, train hard, abide by discipline. Not afraid of hardship, not afraid of fatigue, be united with the students, respect the instructors. Improve myself, strive to be an outstanding student." Lu Qi, Wang Jia, Zhang Yuansheng. The meaning of military training was unity and the courage to challenge. The students who took the oath under the red flag used their perseverance to complete the military training. The oath in Yi Jian's heart was different from theirs. His oath was the oath of a new recruit. It was an oath of bravery and fearlessness to sacrifice. "Fight bravely, do not fear sacrifice, defend the motherland, defend the socialist construction. I will definitely fulfill the oath above and will not go back on it." Yi Qian had already memorized the oath of the People's Liberation Army by heart and could recite it backwards fluently. Her expression was so solemn that even Xia Jinyuan could not approach her and disturb her. After the instructor told them to gather, he looked away slightly and turned to ask the soldiers of the anti-chemical regiment beside him, "I don't think all of us are shooting targets. There are a lot of people." The entire class has been arranged. Everyone is given 3 bullets to shoot at fixed targets. There are 10 people at a time, and there are soldiers guarding them. At first, there were no such arrangements. There were too many students, and it was dangerous to shoot blanks. In the end, the provincial military made the decision to include target practice in military training to increase the excitement of some of the boys. First, we'll observe the soldiers' target practice. Then, we'll observe the students' target practice after the soldiers' explanation. With thousands of people, even if each person fired 1 bullet, it would still cost thousands of bullets. Now that each person had fired 3 bullets, it would cost more than 10,000. This was the first military training for students in the province. Some of the training subjects could be reduced. For example, target practice was a subject that could increase the interest of the students and increase the boys' interest in joining the military. Even if it cost more than 10,000 blanks, the provincial military was more than willing to pay. After Xia Jinyuan thought about it, his thin lips curved slightly. He thought of a way to give Little Fox a surprise. But he was not sure if it was a surprise or not. After all, this little fox was actually trying to avoid him. She had left her home phone number, but because of a call from the commander-in-chief Xia, she disappeared. He did not believe that she was scared. Chapter 643. Yi Qian had no idea that there was a huge surprise waiting for him in front of him. At this moment, they were already standing in the anti-chemical regiment's wide shooting range, which could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire could be heard. The bullets were low and muffled. Some were single shot, while others were continuous shots. The initial velocity of the bullet was 720 meters per second. This was a Type 81 automatic rifle with a rotary locking mechanism. It could fire single shot and continuous shots. The 7.62 mm barrel was fed with a 30-round magazine. Yi Qian already knew what kind of rifle was being used at the shooting range from the sound of the bullets and the speed of the bullets when they were fired. The other students had yet to react. Someone even said, "Firecrackers? That can't be. Why are they welcoming us back so warmly?" It doesn't sound like firecrackers. Why does it sound like fireworks to me? Whoosh. Bang. It sounds like fireworks. Are you stupid? How can you see fireworks in broad daylight? Even if they were, we would still be able to see the fireworks rising into the sky. I can smell the smell of gunpowder. It's quite heavy. It should be firecrackers. The last sentence was said by Xianxia. Yiqian tilted his head and explained with a smile, it's the smell of gunpowder. But it's not gunpowder from firecrackers. It's another type of gunpowder that can kill people. This was the difference between Yiqian and them. When the students heard gunshots, they thought they were fireworks, but Yiqian could tell what kind of gun it was just by hearing the sound of the bullets. This kind of difference made it impossible for them to catch up. They could only look up at the distance. And this kind of distance was not so obvious now. When more time passed and Yiqian grew a little older, it would truly become apparent how wide the distance between them was and Yiqian. It would forever be like a chasm that could not be crossed. And Xianxia, who was instantly covered in cold sweat, looked at Yiqian in astonishment. She said blankly, I know, firecrackers can hurt people too. Such a large thunderclap can blow a person's hand away. The person who gets blown away by a palm is still there, but what I'm talking about is the kind of thing where the person isn't there. Do you think you hurt firecrackers in the shooting range? Yiqian's smile seemed to change with the sunlight. When the sun was low in the morning, her smile was like the morning breeze that couldn't even blow away the dewdrops. At noon, her smile was even brighter than the sun. It was like a small sun on the ground, giving strength to the exhausted students. Until now, her smile was like a dazzling sunset that faintly appeared on the horizon. Her face was incomparably beautiful, and even the sweat that had stopped at the corners of her forehead was shockingly beautiful. He wished that he could transform into those little beads of sweat just to stay on her beautiful face that was as fine and smooth as jade. Yiqian, you're so beautiful. If I were a man, I'd definitely fall in love with you. And Xianxia, who was dumbfounded, said blankly. Her gaze was glued to Yiqian's face. She was actually dumbfounded. Her mind had wandered off really too far. Yiqian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, you can instantly change the topic from firecrackers to what I look like. Your thinking is really fast. Oh, that's right. If that's not a thunderclap, then what is it? The sound is too similar. And Xianxia also felt that she had changed the topic fast enough. Following that, there were intermittent bang-bang sounds. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, and an extremely bright light flashed past her eyes. She caught hold of Yiqian's smile, and as if she couldn't believe it, she confirmed, target practice. I know, it's target practice, right? They were already here and heard it. Did they still not believe it? Chapter 644. Setting off firecrackers in the army? I don't know what you're thinking. Is this a place to set off firecrackers? After number 16 high school, it'll be our provincial first high school's turn. Yiqian looked to the west. The rolling mountains were high and endless. At this moment, even the sun's light was blocked. The mountains were so high that they separated the sky from the earth, making it so that the sun could no longer shine on the shooting range. Yiqian had always admired the army's choice of camp, especially the ones near the mountains. The sun could shine early, and by the time the sun set in the afternoon, they could set up a shady place early. The same was true for the anti-chemical regiment, but the shooting range, which could accommodate more than 10,000 people, had already been set up in the shade. The heat hadn't completely dissipated yet. Walking on the withered grass, the provincial first high school students saw that only the last 3 classes of number 16 high school students hadn't finished their target practice. They only ran 10 kilometers, and even returned earlier than the provincial first high school. Thinking of this, the provincial first high school students couldn't help but feel depressed. They were all training together, so why did number 16 high school students run 10 kilometers less? They ran 20 kilometers back, but number 16 high school had already finished their target practice. But no matter how unhappy they were, they couldn't say it out loud. The schools were all different. By the time all 17 classes of provincial first high school had gathered, number 16 high school had already finished their target practice, which also meant that 6 days of military training had finally come to an end. The nearly 800 students of Provincial First High School watched as number 16 high school's classes left the shooting range one after another under the instructor's command. They also saw a row of countless long guns set up on the grass. This was the Anti-Chemical Regiment's light weapons shooting area, which was also the shooting range. Next to each gun was a soldier in camouflage. After all, this was a matter of handling guns. A group of students who didn't know anything but liked to pretend they knew what they were doing, so there was nothing wrong with being a little cautious. The guns were already set up, but the people were still at least 2 meters away from the guns. They couldn't get close, so they could only stretch their necks to look. Most of the boys wanted to take a look, while the girls whispered after looking. "What gun is this? It's so long. Why does it seem different from the ones we saw before? I didn't see a real gun before, so it's definitely different. I'm a little nervous. I forgot what I taught you before. How are you going to shoot like this?" Since there was target practice in the military training program, there would naturally be lectures and explanations to let the students know and understand a little. As for why guns were different, naturally, it would be explained using a simulated gun. What was real couldn't be fake, and what was fake couldn't be real. There was still a difference. I haven't forgotten, but I heard that the shooting is very tight. When the bullet is fired, it can numb the shoulder. I wonder if it's true? That's bad. Don't tell me I can't even fire a gun. I'm not strong enough. There were a lot of guns, but they were also quite scary. Moreover, these guns were all Type 81 rifles. Some of the rifles even had human lives on them. Rifles with human lives on them would have an aura. That was the aura left behind by the person who held it. The students standing at the front were already scared before they even touched the guns. In fact, they were influenced by these guns. Which commoner wasn't afraid of guns? Guns could protect the country, but they could also be used to kill people. It was normal for students to be afraid of guns, especially girls who were born with sharp sixth senses. Therefore, they were often the first to feel fear. Boys were different. Boys didn't have military dreams, but they were born with the dream of being a hero. Men and guns had a natural connection. When they saw it, they naturally wanted to touch it. Chapter 645. The boys in the second row noticed that the girl beside them seemed a little scared, so they chuckled and said, "If you're scared, you can go in the second round. Leave the first round to me. How about that?" The most enjoyable thing was target practice. He didn't know what girls were afraid of. You girls are just timid. What's there to be afraid of? It's rare for you to get a gun, and it's a real gun. The boys couldn't understand how timid girls were. How cool it was to hold a gun. How manly and fierce it was to hold a gun in the movies and charge forward with a bang. From holding a gun to firing, to the safety precautions in the middle, the instructor took another 20 minutes to explain. When he was done, his gaze fell on Yi Qian's face. He didn't ask directly, but used his eyes to ask if she had any problems. Yi Qian smiled and nodded. Target practice wasn't a problem. Who else doesn't think they can do it? Raise your hand and step forward. When the instructor saw this, he felt reassured. If she said she could do it, then she definitely could. His hard gaze swept across the faces of the other students, and he saw a few girls raise their hands hesitantly. If they didn't know how to raise their hands, it would be fine. The instructor, who was afraid that they wouldn't force it, saw this, and his furrowed brows relaxed. He shouted, "Everyone look! Look to your right! Look forward! At ease! Attention!" Following his command, the students of Year 2 Class 1 immediately organized their teams. The other classes also did the same. They were about to begin the last event of the military training period, target practice. Each group has 10 people. Start from each group. Regardless of gender. Girls who don't know how to do it, step forward and explain again. If you don't, you give up on target practice. Do you hear me? The young instructor had taught them for 6 days, and his voice had also been shouting for 6 days, but it was still loud and powerful. It was like a drum beating in their hearts. 5 girls walked forward and lowered their heads uneasily. One of the girls said softly, reporting to the instructor, "I don't want to shoot anymore. I'm scared. Looking at the gun makes my legs weak." I'll give you a minute to think about it. If you don't, tell me. The instructor didn't force her, nor did he agree immediately. He turned to ask the other 4 girls, "What about the 4 of you? Do you still need to think about it?" The 4 girls looked at each other. Although their voices were soft, they still said firmly, "I want to try, but I'm afraid I won't be able to hit the target." He had only held the imitation gun for 2 days and explained it for 2 days, and he still wanted to hit it accurately? The instructor smiled and said, "There are no strict requirements for target shooting. It doesn't matter if you miss the target, as long as you don't point the gun at your classmates. Don't move the stand casually. It must be aimed at the front." If there were no requirements for the results, then he could rest assured. "If you guys are afraid, you can team up with Yi Qian." When the instructor heard that it was not that they did not know how to do it, but that they were afraid of missing the target, he immediately thought of letting Yi Qian lead the team. With her around, these girls would be bolder. In the army, Yi Qian was like a fish in water. It had been less than 48 hours from noon yesterday to 4 p.m. today, but the instructor had already unconditionally believed in her and her ability. When the girls heard that it was Yi Qian who would be leading them, they seemed to have forgotten that Yi Qian had only arrived yesterday afternoon and had not even practiced with his classmates yet. At this moment, all of them laughed and heaved a sigh of relief as they said happily, "That's great, that's great." The girl who was afraid of shooting decided to give up in the end. She was indeed afraid. Even now, her legs were still shaking. The instructor did not force her. He gestured for her to return to the team and asked Yi Qian to come out first. "Yi Qian, you will lead the 4 of them in a team. They are timid, so they want you to accompany them." Chapter 646. Yi Qian, I'm sorry to trouble you again. I don't know why, but I believe in you. Me too. I feel at ease with Yi Qian by my side. Yi Qian looked at them and saw the trust in their eyes. A faint and comfortable smile appeared on Ma Yingli's face. Okay, we'll be the last group. Let the whole class cheer for you. Ma Yingli nodded. Okay, we'll be the last group. Let's cheer for you. It was just a small matter, so there was no need to refuse. This was also high school life. This was something she had never experienced in her previous life. She was willing to help these students whose smiles were so sincere. Yi Qian, who was supposed to be the second group to finish shooting, became the last group. With the command to start, the first batch of 10 students stood in front of the loaded 81 semi-automatic rifles. They lay on the ground with their right hand holding the gun and their index finger near the trigger. The butt of the gun must be firmly pressed against the armpit of the shoulder to prevent the recoil from injuring yourself. Look forward, 3 points in a line, and then fire. Before shooting, the instructor who stood beside the gun half-squatted next to the students to remind them again and correct some of the students' incorrect movements. A boy wanted to shoot as soon as he held the gun in his hand. His movements were quite familiar, but he was a bit impatient. The command to shoot hadn't started yet. If he really couldn't wait to shoot, he would be criticized. It hasn't started yet. Why are you in such a hurry to show off? The instructor standing beside the gun calmly reminded him. His voice was as cold as gold and jade. Moreover, with your current aim, you'll miss the target 100%. The boy was a bit embarrassed and laughed. I couldn't help it. Sorry, instructor. Start shooting. With the command, the entire shooting range was filled with bursts of bang 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 gunshots. Then Yi Qian saw a thick layer of yellow dust floating up from the ground. The 7.62mm bullets made a low sound and were quite powerful. They could shoot at a distance of 100 meters, but none of them actually hit the target. It was even more impossible for the soldiers at the shooting range to check the results. Who would dare to stand in front of them? Even if they were hit by a blank bullet, they would still be injured. The sound of gunshots rang in their ears, and some of the girls screamed in fright before the shooting started. When the soldiers in the trenches saw the results of the shooting and waved the command flag, the second batch of students walked towards the shooting range. Ying was in the second batch. She took a deep, long breath and clenched her fists to encourage herself. You can do it, Ying. It was just target practice. That damned girl had only listened to the instructor's explanation for 20 minutes, yet she dared to go on stage. He had been learning for 2 days, So how could he be inferior to a damned girl? One had to know that he had always been stronger than that wretched girl since he was young. The results wouldn't come out immediately. Instead, they would wait until all the students were done with their practice before the soldiers hiding in the trenches in front would bring out the scores for each target. Walking to the shooting range, Ying lowered her head and looked at the rifle in front of her. Luo Ran's words from last night were still faintly echoing in her ears. That idiot even said that he would let that wretched girl have a taste of bullets. But now, he wasn't even here, so how could he let that wretched girl taste it? No matter how he felt, he could only think about it in his heart. How to hold a gun, how to shoot with bullets, and how to pretend that it was an accident, it was too difficult. Even if Luo Ran was here, it would still be impossible. As expected, one couldn't trust an idiot's idea. She must have been crazy to believe his bullshit last night. Chapter 647. But she was really unwilling to give up. This was indeed a chance. No, she wanted to try, Sir, I'm a little scared too. Can you let Yi Qian accompany me? All the students looked at Ying in surprise. How could Ying be scared? Why would she want Yi Qian to accompany her? Did they hear wrongly? Impossible, the two of them didn't interact much in class. The instructor's face darkened and he said coldly, "Come down if you don't dare." Change to another student. "No, sir, I want to try, but I just want Yi Qian to watch over me. With him by my side, I'll feel much more at ease." Yi Ying refused and stood still in the shooting range. She looked at the instructor stubbornly. "I must try. I'm like them. With a classmate by my side, I'll feel much more at ease." This was interesting. Yi Qian smirked and walked out from the back of the team. "Sir, I can accompany her." What was he trying to do? Push her into the shooting range? Yi Ying, it's easy to guess what you're thinking. If that's really the case, then you're really digging your own grave. Yi Ying pursed her lips. She didn't know if she could succeed. She also didn't know if she could fake an accident. She wasn't sure if the instructor would suspect that she did it on purpose if she succeeded. Too many uncertainties made Yi Ying indecisive. She was impulsive. She was really impulsive just now. As Yao Jing said, her biggest problem was that she was easily impulsive in front of Yi Qian. Yi Qian could see her regret. He walked out and looked at her calmly. "Which position will make you feel more at ease? Please tell me, I'll cooperate. There's not much time left. You have to make a decision quickly. It's about to start." "Thank you, just stand by my side." Yi Ying didn't know how many plans she had in her mind, but when she saw Yi Jian taking the initiative to walk out, those immature plans were immediately rejected. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows. So she changed her mind again? Impulsiveness was the devil, but he was able to restrain himself at the last moment. That was some improvement. The second batch began. When Yi Ying laid down, Yi Qian also squatted down at the instructor's signal. Naturally, he squatted beside Yi Ying. "Don't be too happy. I've never seen anyone who was targeted by Yao Jing and Luo Ran successfully finish their studies." Even though he was already lying on the ground, he didn't stop his vicious words. "I won't let you continue being so smug." Yi Qian didn't know how many times he had heard such words from her. He smiled faintly and replied, "That's because you haven't seen it before. Naturally, you haven't seen it. Besides, I really don't think you're that close to them. You can order them around for you." "Yi Ying, one of them is smart while the other is ruthless. Who do you think will be the one toying with who?" Her words were like knives that pierced Yi Ying's heart. When she fired the first shot, she was in an extremely unstable state. After firing the first shot, she felt a dull pain in her shoulder. Then, the instructor scolded in a low voice, "When are you going to stop harming people?" This voice. Yi Qian, who hadn't even noticed the instructor, looked up abruptly. He saw the person who spoke was winking at him. His deep and clear eyes contained a deep smile. The slightly curved corners of his mouth seemed to be asking if he was surprised. Yi Qian silently looked away. This time, there was only surprise, no joy. Chapter 648. When Xia Jinyuan saw her quickly avert her gaze, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He wanted to give her a surprise, but now she was clearly the one giving him a surprise. Who would have thought? that he would actually wait for her to arrive at the spot he was randomly standing at. He was still staring at Yi Qian, but he didn't avoid her at all. This made Yi Qian, who had averted his gaze, feel a headache coming on. He really would come to whichever unit he wanted to join. Major Xia, this is really wrong of you. However, the sentence, "Until when are you going to stop harming others?" was quite satisfying. After being scolded by the instructor, Ying must have been so embarrassed that she wanted to cry. She was so prideful and always wanted to win in front of him, but in the end, she made a fool of herself. Of course, she made a fool of herself. Xia Jinyuan wouldn't teach a student a lesson, but that didn't mean he could ignore it. As soon as Ying asked his little fox to come up, Xia Jinyuan already knew who the girl who walked up to the shooting range with a gloomy expression was. She didn't want her little fox to finish high school smoothly? How arrogant! Yi Zhifan really raised a good daughter. Yi Ying was Yi Zhifan's daughter. She was smart, but her mind wasn't in the right place. She thought that she had hidden the darkness in her heart well, but she didn't know that the moment she opened her mouth, the expression in her eyes had already betrayed her. At this moment, Yi Ying was completely stunned by the instructor's words. Lying on the shooting range, she didn't come back to her senses for a long time, so she didn't see the instructor squatting in front of her and Yi Jian behind her making eye contact. Yi Jian wanted to ignore the exchange of glances in front of so many classmates, but Major Xia wouldn't let her. She didn't look back, and her gaze fell on Yi Jian with a faint smile. She had no intention of looking away at all. This behavior made Yi Qian feel inexplicably funny. In the end, he looked up and mouthed, "You win, Major Xia." They all ran over to the anti-chemical regiment. Wasn't he the winner? Xia Jinyuan, who had just made eye contact with Yi Ying, smiled in satisfaction. He retracted his gaze and said to the stunned Yi Ying, "Miss, you're not suitable for target practice. You'll hurt the innocent." He had to make her remember that she couldn't do as she pleased everywhere. Don't think that no one would notice her thoughts. In Xia Jinyuan's eyes, this kind of girl was simply asking for a beating. Ying snapped out of her daze when she heard the cold voice. The first sentence stunned her, but the second sentence was like a slap to her face. She looked at the instructor who was half squatting beside her and took the gun away. She didn't even know what to say. Not long after, his entire face flushed red. His chi and blood rushed to his face. It was a fiery red, and it was even more painful. If you don't have good intentions, you won't hold a gun properly. For your safety, I need to stop you from shooting. Xia Jinyuan didn't pick up the gun. He just moved his hand and unloaded the magazine into his hand. He didn't even look at Yi Ying's expression. He quietly half-squatted like a statue. Yi Ying, who felt humiliated just a second ago, narrowed her eyes in the next second. She turned her head abruptly, and a trace of panic flashed through her eyes. Could it be that the instructor saw through her thoughts just now? Xia Jinyuan was squatting with his back to the light and his training cap pulled down. She didn't realize that the instructor standing beside her had seen her before. She saw the instructor holding the magazine with one hand as if nothing had happened. He raised his chin slightly and looked straight ahead coldly. Chapter 649. Yi Ying, who was in a panic, was not afraid of what the instructor said, but she was stopped by the instructor in the middle of target practice. If she told the students what the instructor said, then the image she had worked so hard to rebuild in the hearts of the students these days would be ruined again. The first time could be forgiven, but if it happened again, she would have no place in the class. No, I can't let Yi Qian ruin me over this. I have to say something first. At least, I have to let the students think that I gave up on shooting because I was too scared to shoot a second time, and not because I was stopped by the instructor. In a split second, Yi Ying, who was lying on the shooting range, bit her lower lip and tried to explain herself in a voice that was close to tears. "I'm sorry, instructor. I was still very scared just now. I've troubled you." She turned her head and said to Yi Qian, "I'm sorry. I was still very scared. I couldn't shoot a second time." It didn't matter whether the instructor believed her or not. It didn't matter what he saw just now. After leaving this place, she couldn't have any contact with a poor soldier like him. The most important thing was that she couldn't let Yi Qian have a chance to speak and let the students know the truth. What she didn't know was that Yi Jian didn't care to play tricks on this kind of thing. Hearing what she said, Yi Jian raised her eyebrows and said disapprovingly, "You don't have to apologize to me. If the instructor can see it, I can see it as well. You want to use shooting to get rid of me? Ying, you're really stupid. Do you know how many spies there are here? Do you know why there are instructors around? Do you think you have the ability to toy with the entire army?" He knew what she wanted to do the moment she opened her mouth. She thought she was so smart that no one could see through her dark thoughts. Faced with this kind of Ying, Yi Qian sometimes wondered if the smart and ruthless Ying from his previous life was the same Ying now. They were on completely different levels. Xia Jinyuan didn't move or speak casually. He had no choice. He was now the instructor. He had already warned Ying, so it wouldn't be appropriate for him to speak again. "I was wrong just now." Yi Ying's face was tense as she glared at Yi Qian with a gloomy gaze. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bullets rang in her ears. Everyone had started their second round of target practice. Ying, who had a gun in her hand, could only glare fiercely at Yi Qian. It was as if this was the only way to calm down the shame and anger in her heart. A clean and slender hand suddenly reached over. It was Xia Jinyuan, who had a cold expression on his face. He used his palm to block Yi Ying's line of sight. His movement made Yi Qian look up abruptly. It was just a small movement, but it made Yi Qian's heart tremble violently. Xia Jinyuan knew about his relationship with Yi Jifan's family. He knew, and that was why he said those things and why he kept an eye on Ying. That was why he reached out his hand at a time like this to make Ying look even more pathetic and embarrassed. Xia Jinyuan didn't turn around to look. She never told him about Yi Jifan. If she didn't tell him, he could pretend that everything was fine. But now that he saw Yi Ying's ugly behavior, he couldn't ignore it anymore. The sound of gunshots continued. The second batch of students had finished their target practice. Their faces were filled with excitement. Some of the girls even blushed. It was too exciting. They didn't expect target practice to be so exciting. They didn't know how many points they hit. They probably didn't even hit a single point. They all missed the target. Chapter 650. Ying was embarrassed and embarrassed. She ran away from the shooting range as if she was escaping from something. Why are all instructors so nosy? What does this have to do with him? Before he left, Yi Qian took a long look at Xia Jinyuan, who didn't turn around to look at him. His bright black eyes flickered. "Xia Jinyuan, do you know that your gentleness and thoughtfulness have also become the reason why she wants to run away? She doesn't dare to have someone who is too perfect for her. She doesn't want to try something that is too deep for her." Major Xia didn't know. If he did, he would probably be troubled for half a day, and then continue to struggle even harder. On the other side, Yi Ying rushed back to class. Her face was still burning red. She was embarrassed and angry. Her thoughts had been seen through by the instructor. At this moment, she couldn't wait for this torturous shooting to end quickly. She didn't want to stay in this embarrassing shooting range for even a second. "How is it? Does your shoulder hurt?" When a classmate asked about it, Ying felt that her shoulder was indeed in pain. She frowned and said, "It's quite painful. I feel that the skin on my shoulder is definitely red." She then said with regret, "It's a pity that I only shot one bullet. I'm really scared." Why did you only fire one bullet? I thought you had already fired all of them." "Yi Qian is right behind you. You're scared? TSK, you're really timid." The girl who found it unbelievable didn't realize that her words had caused Yi Ying's expression to change. She said, "That instructor is pretty nice. I saw him straighten your gun." Hearing this, Yi Ying's face stiffened. They didn't even know that she hadn't fired 2 shots. She actually said it out loud. She was being called a coward for no reason. Ting, who had gone for wool and come home shorn, pursed her lips and said, "I also thought that Yi Qian would be better with me by her side. Who knew that when I spoke to her, she would ignore me? The instructor is really pretty nice." What else could she say? Other than going along with her classmate and admitting that the instructor was nice, what else could she say? He couldn't possibly say that it wasn't good and say that the instructor had stopped him from shooting. Ying, who was so angry that she almost fainted, bit her cheek. If she had known earlier, she would not have fired the gun. The students below did not know. Why did she say those things again? Yi Ying, who was feeling increasingly uneasy, clenched her fists tightly. She tried her best to calm herself down, not to panic, not to mess up. She took deep breaths to adjust herself. It wasn't until the fourth batch of students went on stage that she suppressed the embarrassment in her heart and calmed herself down. We're so fast, so fast. I'm so nervous. Yiqian, I'm so nervous. What should I do? I'm so nervous. How about I don't play? The gunshots on the shooting range hurt people's eardrums, and the people who were originally afraid became more and more flustered. Bullets could calm a person's heart, but they could also disturb a person's heart. For students who were afraid, the more they listened, the more afraid they became. But for people who liked them, like Yi Qian, the more they listened, the calmer they became. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Don't panic. There are instructors nearby. If you really don't know how to shoot, ask the instructors. They will definitely tell you." "You're nervous, aren't you, Yi Qian?" "Me? I'm not nervous." The corners of Yi Qian's mouth curved up, revealing a breezy smile as he comforted the nervous girl. "There's nothing to be nervous about. Ask them. They still feel that they haven't had enough shooting and want to go up for another round." Chapter 651. The boy in front, who was craning his neck to watch while talking, turned to the girl and said, "Yi Qian is right. 3 bullets is really too little. We need at least 10 bullets to be satisfied. You guys should learn more from Yi Qian. Learn how to be calm." She hasn't learned before, but she dared to go up after listening to the explanation. "We at least understood it for 2 days, so what's there to be afraid of? Right, Yi Qian?" In the end, it was a habit to ask Yi Qian. One of the boys didn't realize it himself and subconsciously thought that Yi Qian's words had a certain amount of authority. Yi Qian seemed to hear it. He laughed and said, "You said a lot, and I also think you're right. Once we're on the field, there's nothing to be afraid of. No matter if we shoot well or badly, at least we've touched guns and shot targets before. We know what kind of artistic conception the song, Return from Target Practice, has. You guys, you can't go wrong following Yi Qian. Us boys are all following her. With her stabilizing force by our side, what's there to be afraid of?" As the boy spoke, he laughed and said to Yi Qian, "Go for it, Yi Qian. Hit 30 points and broaden our horizons. You guys, don't be like Yi Ying. Just now, I heard her say that she only shot once. She was afraid of the next 2 shots, so she didn't shoot anymore." When the boy said this, the girls were not surprised at all. Instead, they thought it was normal. She's a coward. Her body isn't very good to begin with. It's good enough that she didn't faint from the scare of the bullets. It was almost 5 o'clock. The night breeze from the mountains was slightly cool, and it swept away the students who were sweating as they waited for the last batch of students to finish shooting. Yi Qian was in the last batch of students to go up. She wasn't assigned to the shooting range where Xia Jinyuan was standing. Instead, she was separated by 2 people. Standing beside the gun, even her back looked better than the other students. She stood as straight as a pencil, like a soldier preparing to shoot. Xia Jinyuan, who was 2 students away from her, saw that she was looking straight ahead and didn't even spare him a glance. He couldn't help but laugh. Fortunately, his original intention was to come to the shooting range to get closer to her life, not to stay by her side and shoot targets. Now, she was in front of him, and he was in the circle of her school life. He could hear his classmates talking happily with her, and he could see that the girls in this batch relied on her and faintly worshipped her. It was good to be so close to her life. When Yi Jian walked onto the stage, the whole class turned to look at her. Even though they were not soldiers, they could tell that Yi Jian was different. She stood among the mountains and rivers. Her back was even more elegant than the soldier standing beside the gun. She was like a strong pine tree, exuding a majestic aura. She was really a true military posture. Just by standing there, she was already worthy of respect. Seeing this, the instructor of Class 1 asked his classmates with a smile, "How many points do you think Yi Jian will get?" "How are we supposed to guess?" "Why don't you guess, sir?" Yi Qian didn't come before. "Based on the 20-minute explanation just now, I think she'll do about the same as us." "Not necessarily. Yi Qian is very good. After the instructor spoke, the students started to make bold guesses. They were all guessing how many points Yi Qian would get. Some said she would miss the target, while others said she would definitely be better than them with all 3 bullets on the target. The last batch of shooting had already begun. The instructor glanced at Yi Qian, who was lying on her stomach in the shooting range. Then he looked at her holding the gun with one hand and pulling the trigger with the other. Her movements were very practiced, and he could tell at a glance that this was a girl who was used to handling guns. Chapter 652. Looking at the students who were discussing animatedly, the instructor smiled and said, "I bet 30 points. All of them hit the target." 30 points. All of them hit the target. The class was in an uproar. Ying, who had been silent all this while, sneered and said to the girl standing beside her, 30 points. The instructor really thinks highly of Yi Qian. No wonder someone said that the instructor likes Yi Qian. That can't be. Yi Qian just arrived yesterday. How could the instructor like him? Who did you hear that from? On the shooting platform, Yi Qian had already aimed at the target. The black and white were very clear. The bullet was loaded, the safety was off, and the ruler was correct. She placed her finger gently on the trigger and held the gun firmly. She let the back of the gun rest against her shoulder and supported herself with her elbows on the ground. Now, all she needed to do was to look through the hole and through the crosshairs to form a straight line with the target. She could already shoot, but the order to shoot had not been given yet. The 2 minutes of preparation time was up. The third-year students began their target practice. Gunshots could be heard in front of them. The 8th class of the second year was still waiting. They had to wait for the third-year students to finish their target practice before the last batch of second-year students could start. There needed to be a staggered time in between so that the instructors could reorganize and arrange for the third-year students to leave the shooting range in an orderly manner. Amidst the gunshots, the first class of the second year let out cries of disbelief when they heard the instructor say, "The instructor actually likes Yi Qian." Then they heard Jiasun roar, "Ying, do you have any shame? Do you have any shame? Is slandering Yi Qian enough to make you so happy? Fuck your mother. I must teach you a lesson today." Her voice was so loud that Yi Qian hurriedly put down his gun and looked over. It also made the 10 boys and girls in the first class turn their heads to look over. What happened? Fortunately, with the gunshots as a cover, Jiasun's angry roar did not attract the attention of the other classes. Hearing her voice, Yi Qian turned his head. He saw Jiasun push aside 2 boys and fiercely charge towards Yi Ying. "Hold her waist, LV exit." Yi Qian shouted coldly as she stood up. Her gaze landed on Xia Jinyuan, who was 2 students away from her. Before she left, she nodded slightly at Xia Jinyuan, indicating for him to let the other students continue with their target practice. The soldier guarding Yi Qian didn't even see how she stood up. By the time he reacted, the girl in front of him had already run a few steps away. Xia Jinyuan frowned slightly. He lowered his eyes and reminded the distracted boys, "Don't be distracted. Focus on your target." He then instructed the rest of the soldiers to keep an eye on the guns and students that they were responsible for. The target practice proceeded as normal. LV Xian reacted quickly as well. As soon as Yi Qian shouted, he immediately rushed out and hugged Jiasun's waist. "Oh my god, you're going to make trouble for the class, aren't you? Who's causing trouble? Who the hell likes to cause trouble? Ying, come, get your ass out here. Let's talk things out. Let the whole class, the whole school, be the judge. Let's see what else you can say with that filthy mouth of yours." Clearly, Jiasun was not afraid anymore. Her training cap was gone, and her messy hair was stuck on her sweaty face. Her delicate face was full of anger. "Drill master, you should listen to what this guy who only knows how to bite people all day long has to say." The situation had really gotten out of hand. Even Yi Qian's target practice was temporarily interrupted. Luckily, only Yi Qian's target practice was interrupted. The rest of the students glanced at each other and, under the soldier's reminder, placed their hands on their rifles again. Chapter 653. Ying only wanted to secretly spread rumors to embarrass Yi Qian, but who knew that Jiasun would suddenly explode like a firecracker, not giving her a chance to retaliate in private. Her face alternated between green and white as she walked out and said with a sullen face, What are you doing here? If you're unhappy with me, you can talk about it after shooting. Let's go out and settle it. Don't embarrass the whole class. She wanted to push all the blame onto Xianxia, just like in the past, pretending to be righteous and criticizing others. But Xianxia would not do that. She had never been afraid of her from middle school to high school. Hearing this, she sneered, "I'm causing trouble? Come, tell me what she said just now." Yi Jian was practicing on the stage because the instructor asked us to guess how many points Yi Jian could hit. You all know what she said, right? That's right, Yi. I'm sure you all know what she said, right? I'm causing trouble? I'm not afraid even if I cause trouble. You're already slandering me, what do I have to be afraid of? You slandered Yi Qian, and you also slandered our instructor. I'm afraid, why should I be afraid? I only dared to say it because I'm not afraid. But you're just afraid, so now you're acting like a coward. Yi Qian walked over and motioned for LVXN to let go. He shielded Xianxia by his side and stared coldly at Yi Ying, who was still trying to incite the whole class to denounce her good friend. He said coldly, "Xianxia is a straightforward person, and her temper is famous for being amiable. Yi Ying, what did you say to make her angry? You said she's causing trouble? I'm sorry, but in my eyes, the one who can cause trouble is you, not her. Fine, since this matter has started, then let's make it bigger. Yi Ying, I want to see how you're going to clean up this mess." Her gaze was not only cold but also contained disdain, as if everything she did was extremely laughable and would only add to the joke. Yi Ying, who only felt humiliated, looked over fearlessly and said coldly, "I was just saying it didn't affect anything. She was the one who made a fuss and wanted to cause trouble, what does it have to do with me?" Yi Qian, don't go too far. There are some things that you should know in your heart. You should say it so that you don't embarrass yourselves even more. Oh, I understand. Yi Qian smiled, but his eyes were as cold and sharp as a sword. He looked at Yi Ying coldly and said, "You said bad things about me, so you made Xianxia angry. It's not like you can say anything bad in front of me. Why do you have to say it secretly? I'll give you a chance to say it in front of me. I won't hold a grudge against you." The students who could understand the double entendre naturally understood, but those who didn't saw that Yi Qian didn't say anything, so they simply said, "Yi Qian, we all know it's fake. No one believes her words." That's right. She asked Xianxia precisely because she didn't believe us. Xianxia got angry the moment she heard it. It's not her fault. We were quite angry when we heard it too. No one knew who said this, but Yi Ying suddenly looked up and glanced over with a gloomy gaze. You're angry from hearing this? What a joke. If you were really angry, you wouldn't be laughing so happily just now. With a deep gaze, Yi Qian smiled and said to the girls who spoke, "Sorry, I want to hear it from Yi Ying herself. Because I'm giving her a chance to say it in front of me. I'm giving her a chance to openly say bad things about me. Giving her a chance to openly say bad things about her." The moment he said this, the expressions of the students in the class changed subtly. Chapter 654. What he said made sense. Every time, Yi Ying would only talk about this and that in private. She wouldn't dare to confront Yi Qian directly. Just like now, if she really had any evidence, she could say it in front of Yi Qian. The students all looked at Yi Ying. Yesterday's incident was not over yet, and today, Yi Ying was saying strange things in private. Now that Yi Qian had stood out to ask her to clarify things, it was up to her to say it herself. If there was really something, Yi Ying could say it. If there wasn't, Yi Ying probably wouldn't dare to confront Yi Qian directly. How could Yi Ying dare to confront Yi Qian directly? She knew all too well that what she said was baseless and without any evidence. She was just trying to make things difficult for Yi Qian and make the other students distance themselves from her. It was impossible for her to say it out loud. She didn't want to, but the students looked at her subtly. They agreed with Yi Qian's words and quietly waited for her to confront him. Yi Ying felt so guilty that her vision turned black. She clutched her chest and scolded sternly, "Yi Qian, don't push me too far. What did you do? Why don't you admit it yourself?" Just as she finished scolding him, Yi Qian said calmly, "I don't know what I did to make you slander me again and again. Because I don't know, I'm asking you to say it in front of me." I'm tired of this kind of behavior where you play dirty and pretend to be innocent. I don't know what kind of mentality Ying has, but you always like to talk about me behind my back. First, I won't be fierce to you. Second, I won't scold you. Third, I won't hit you. In front of the whole class and all the instructors, Ying, I'll give you a chance to talk about me. His dark eyes stared unblinkingly at Ying. His gaze was cold and sharp. I'll ask you to tell me now. What did you say to make Yi Qian so angry? Under such a gaze, Yi Ying's heart couldn't stop thumping. She couldn't resist Yi Jian's overbearing and cold gaze. However, she was very clear that she absolutely could not panic now. If things really got messy, then it would prove that she was deliberately spreading rumors and slandering Yi Qian. Taking a deep breath, he pursed his lips and said, I didn't say anything. I already said that she was being petty and making a mountain out of a molehill. If you really want to know, fine, I can tell you after you finish shooting. Now, please don't delay the other students' shooting time. Don't make the other students unable to shoot because of you. Yi Qian smiled and shook his head. No, it's not my problem now. It's yours. I don't mind not shooting. It won't affect anything. But you, if you don't say it yourself, I'll ask my classmates. Once I ask my classmates, Ying, do you know what this means? I told you not to say it in front of me, but you just had to say it behind my back. Despicable. And Jiasin continued. Her face was full of anger as she glared fiercely at Ying. She shouted, it's the behavior of a petty person. Ying, you're a petty person. A despicable and shameless petty person. She was a petty person? She said she was a petty person? Ying, who was just reminding herself not to panic, was so angry that her whole body trembled. And Jiasin actually called her a petty person in front of the whole class. She actually dared to slander her. Chapter 655. Ying was so angry that her body was trembling. She raised her hand and pointed at Yi Qian. She shouted, I'm a villain? Then who is she? A shameless villain? Then Yi Qian is a shameless villain. Does she know how to shoot? She doesn't know how to shoot at all. She doesn't know how to do anything, yet she still has the nerve to go on stage and cheer for the other girls? What does she know other than gilding her own face? The students of grade 2 class 1 didn't like what they heard. She actually said that Yi Qian didn't know how to do anything. Yi Qian seemed to foresee a storm coming and stopped the students who wanted to argue. Don't be anxious. Stay where you are. We already caused trouble for the instructor yesterday. We can't cause any more trouble today. No matter how much trouble we cause, no matter how good our performance at tomorrow's inspection is, we can't beat the internal enemy evaluation. If you have anything to say, we can stand and talk. Don't make things difficult for the instructor. The instructor was not only in a difficult position, but he was also angry. He didn't know what he did to make the student with heart disease misunderstand and say such dirty words. Hearing this, she said in a deep voice, the other classes have finished their target practice. Now, it's our class that's causing a ruckus. Ying, I've already invited the political commissar over. If you really have any evidence to prove that there's an unusual relationship between Yi Jian and me, I'll accept military punishment without hesitation. If you don't have it, you owe me an apology. You owe Yi Qian an apology. I'm not apologizing. Why should I apologize? What did I say? Who told her to slander me? They should apologize to me. Ying was so angry that her fingertips were trembling. She didn't have any rationality left. She had always been a good student in the eyes of the students and a good student in the eyes of the teachers. And Jiasin actually dared to say such things about her. She must apologize to her. Ying was still thinking about her own image. She didn't realize that her actions had negatively affected the military instructor and the image of a soldier. Soldiers represented the country. They couldn't tolerate any slander. Even if Ying was a student, she couldn't be forgiven easily. The other students did not understand what the instructor meant. Only Yi Qian, upon hearing that the instructor had even invited the political commissar over, immediately realized that the matter that made Jiasin angry had something to do with the instructor. What does this have to do with the instructor? What does it have to do with me? Also, the instructor had just said that he had an unusual relationship with her. What did that mean? Why couldn't she understand? At this moment, no matter how smart Yi Qian was, he could not figure out what stupid thing Ying had just done. Ying, can you stop? Yi Qian is better than you in every way. Can you stop yelling here? Yesterday's matter has just passed, and today you're up to no good again. Are you deliberately trying to destroy the unity of our class? Watch your words. Yi Qian is better than you. His studies are better than you. His character is better than you. Even his military training was better than yours. We just think that Yi Qian is better. What can you do about it? Her words really angered everyone. Fortunately, Yi Jian had stopped her classmates from making a ruckus in advance, so the incident did not spread. In the eyes of the other students, they thought that the student from Year 2 Class 1 who suddenly left the target range was scared. When she returned to class, the other students were comforting her. The whistling bullets finally stopped. Yellow dust rose from the target range. When the whistle blew, all the students except for Yi Qian from Year 2 Class 1 had finished shooting. Chapter 656. When all the students came down from the shooting range, the soldiers guarding the automatic rifles picked up all the guns, put away the mounts, and removed the magazines. A rifle without bullets was only safe. The soldiers climbed out of the trenches and counted the results of the last batch of students. When they saw that there was only one bullet in the 5th position of the second-year Class 1, which was the 5th position of the last batch of students, the soldiers didn't notice anything wrong. To be honest, it was not easy to tabulate the students' results. There were at most 3 bullet holes in a target at a time, but in the end, there were 6 or 7 bullet holes. This meant that a student's bullet had missed the target and landed in another position. Tabulating the results was just a data point to let the students know that there was evidence. After tabulating the results, they left quickly. The third-year class also left the shooting range one by one. Then, the second-year class left one by one. Even the second-year class left. These students did not know that something had happened in the first-year class, and they had to wait for the political commissar to come before they could leave. After the students of Grade 2 Class 2 left, only Grade 2 Class 1 had a large shooting range. Xia Jinyuan handed the gun to the soldier he named and walked straight to the first-year instructor. He glanced at Yi Qian casually and said in a deep voice, "What was the commotion just now? What happened?" The instructor was a major with 2 bars and 1 star. He immediately stood at attention and saluted, "Sir, this student secretly spread rumors in the class that I have a bad relationship with this student, and some of the students believe it. To prevent the situation from worsening, Yi Qian's target practice is temporarily suspended. Over." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows a little high. It seemed that Yi Jifan's education was a bit of a failure. His daughter was not very smart. The last batch of students who had just returned really did not know anything. When they heard this, their eyes were filled with shock. How is that possible? There are so many boys in school chasing after Yi Qian, but I didn't see Yi Qian getting close to any of them. Ying, don't talk nonsense, okay? The girl who had asked Yi Qian to accompany her for target practice said angrily, "Yi Qian can't have anything to do with the instructor. She just came back yesterday." "Yes, I don't believe it either. It's impossible. Yi Qian didn't even accept a love letter from someone. You really know how to talk nonsense." It wasn't only the girls who spoke up. A boy also said, "I don't believe it either. That boy from grade 12, whom you girls regard as the school hunk, even wrote a love letter to Yi Qian. I even helped him give it to her, but Yi Qian didn't even accept it." You also accepted Yi Qian's love letter on behalf of grade 12 class 12? Damn, I have one too, but I didn't take it at that time. I just said, don't let outsiders take the benefits. Ha, smart, right? There was a slight change in Major Xia's expression. He looked up and glanced at Yi Qian with a half-smile. His thin lips curled up a little. Not bad, he's so popular. His hands are going soft from receiving so many love letters. He just didn't know if he had actually received a love letter, or if he had opened it and read it. He had to have a good chat with her about this matter tonight. This time, Yi Qian finally understood why Jiasen was angry. He didn't even notice the change in Major Xia's expression. Yi Qian looked at the pale-faced Yi Ying and said, "The instructor is not bad. I quite like him." Yi Ying's eyes lit up when she heard this. She said sharply, "Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Am I talking nonsense?" She's the one who admitted that she likes the instructor. Yiqian, you're really shameless. To think that your classmates trusted you so much. You actually like your own instructor and are in a relationship with him so quickly. Chapter 657. Yi Jifan's daughter was too impatient. She was too impatient to make things difficult for Little Fox. Little did she know that Little Fox was waiting for her with her claws bared. Xia Jinyuan quickly thought of Little Fox from the bunch of boys writing love letters. How would Little Fox react? He pulled himself back from his thoughts and said calmly, "Is liking someone the same thing as being in a relationship?" Of course. She's in a relationship with the instructor. She said it herself. How could Yi Ying let go of such a good opportunity? Her heart raced and she clenched her fists in excitement. She did not expect Yi Qian to admit that she liked the instructor. This was a godsend. She controlled her speech and her expression became serious. Her willow leaf furrowed and she said in a pitiful tone, "She's that kind of person, but you didn't believe me. Now, do you still not believe me?" How could she be a match for Little Fox? Little Fox probably wouldn't even bother to deal with a girl like her. Presumably, Yi Jifan was also worried about his daughter who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. She was so stupid, but she still thought that she was smart. "Yi Ying, I do like the instructor. Don't you like him?" "I don't think I have a reason not to like him. He's a soldier in the anti-chemical regiment and has served in the army for 3 years. In those 3 years, our instructor has been awarded 2 third-class merits and 1 second-class merit. Last July, a toxic gas leaked from a chemical factory in Hai province. Our instructor and the soldiers in his class risked their lives to enter the factory. Yi Ying, do you know what kind of gas it was? When the human body breathes 0.05 milliamps, it will cause nausea and vomiting. 0.1 milliamps will cause nerve damage. Any more than 0.05 grams and you'll go into shock and your life will be in danger. If it reaches 0.2 milliamps, Yi Ying, you'll lose your life and completely disappear from this world. Why don't I like the instructor? Why don't I like an instructor who is willing to sacrifice his own life for the safety of the people? And what right do you have to slander a brave, righteous, loyal, and responsible instructor? What right do you have? What right do you have to rely on? Who gave you the guts to slander a soldier's reputation? What right do you have? What right do you have? Why? Yi Ying was forced to retreat step by step with a series of questions. The entire place was silent. Yi Ying, whose face was ghastly pale, retreated one step after another. However, Yi Jian took another step forward, and another step forward. Every time she asked, "Why?" she would take another step forward, forcing Yi Ying to the side of the shocked instructor. Instructor, surnamed Huang, first name Shun, joined the army at the end of 1994. After 3 years of service, his military achievements were outstanding, and he was awarded 2 third-class merits and 1 second-class merits. He would retire at the end of this year and return to his hometown with glory. He would continue to carry forward the spirit of a soldier in his new position. This time, there were a total of 17 instructors who would retire at the end of this year. Yi Qian had a rough understanding of the situation of the 17 instructors from the political commissar during dinner last night. Naturally, he focused on the instructor in his class. No, that's not it. Yi Qian, you're quibbling, you're distorting the truth. You're my fellow instructor. Yi Ying, who had nowhere else to retreat, still wanted to defend herself, but when she looked past Yi Qian and saw the expressions on her classmates' faces, the look in their eyes. In that instant, even the color of Yi Ying's lips turned deathly pale. She couldn't say any more. If she did, her classmates wouldn't let her off. Chapter 658. No one would have thought that the instructor who taught their class was so powerful. She had even achieved 2 third-class merits and 1 second-class merits in the military. They also didn't expect Yi Qian to know everything about her. Just as they were shocked by the instructor's experience, the entire class was shocked by Yi Qian's ferocious aura. By the time they regained their senses, Yi Ying had become the target of public criticism. Everyone's gaze fell on her face. Yi Qian wasn't very happy to see Yi Ying retreating step by step until she had nowhere to retreat and was left speechless. Her gaze was calm, like the surging waves of the sea. It was so calm, but it made people's hearts tremble. As Yi Ying watched, her lips couldn't help but tremble. She didn't dare to say those baseless words anymore. She didn't even dare to utter a single word. She didn't even dare to utter a single word. Yi Ying, you're so disgusting. Previously, Yao Jing insulted Yi Qian's mother. Today, it's your turn to slander our instructor. No wonder you two are good friends. You're jackals of the same tribe. And Jiasun said through gritted teeth. The anger in her eyes didn't disappear, but burned even more fiercely. It was Yi Qian's continuous why that ignited all the anger in her heart. The burning anger seemed to be able to burn Yi Ying to ashes. The continuous why not only shocked Yi Ying, but also the entire class. Yi Ying was shocked to the point of panic, and the entire class was shocked to the point of anger. Within Jiasun's words, even more students looked at each other angrily. The class monitor, Lu Exen, heard Yi Qian say to him calmly, "Class monitor, this is a private matter between me and Yi Ying. It has nothing to do with the rest of the students. Please step forward and make the students stand in formation. No matter what kind of conflict Yi Ying and I have in the future, please treat it calmly. Especially Jiasun, remember my words. Don't be impulsive under any circumstances. Fighting and arguing are not solutions to problems. I won't use such extreme methods to deal with a private matter between me and Yi Ying. Since it's also related to our instructor, the army will also come forward to handle it. Trust me, the army will seek justice for our instructor later. They will definitely not allow an outstanding soldier to be slandered for no reason during his service." Yi Qian knew exactly what he wanted to do. Yi Ying had stirred up trouble, and he was running out of patience. Then he would make a fuss to his heart's content. Since she could instantly ignite the anger of the entire class with a few words, she could also use a few words to keep the angry students rational and not affect the entire class. She said that this was a private matter between her and Yi Ying, so it had nothing to do with her classmates. When the army investigated, they would not implicate her classmates. Yi Qian was trying his best to protect his classmates for the sake of the big picture. He did not want to implicate everyone because of Yi Ying. The students of Class 1 were smart. When they heard what Yi Qian said, they all understood why he said that. "Yi Qian, this isn't just about you. Yi Ying is talking about your instructor. We won't let you face this alone." "That's right. We are a class and a group. How can you face this alone? Yi Qian, I support you. Stop talking. We still don't know what the truth is. I don't agree with what Yi Ying said, but I did see that the instructor treated Yi Qian differently. Let's just listen to Yi Qian. We shouldn't get involved." Chapter 659. Lu Exen heard the chatter of his classmates and stood up to say loudly, "Quiet down, let's just listen to Yi Qian. Can we not get involved?" The instructor treats Yi Qian well because of Yi Qian's outstanding performance. Now listen to what Yi Ying says. Is that okay? Xia Jinyuan heard all the discussions and his deep eyes darkened. Fortunately, Little Fox had some status in the class. Otherwise, Yi Jifan's daughter would have succeeded in inciting them. Xia Jinyuan glanced at Yi Ying, who thought she was very powerful, with a cold light flashing in the depths of his eyes. There was a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth. Yi Jifan's daughter had already provoked Little Fox to the point where she had lost all patience. She should not have dragged a soldier into this by slandering him. Little Fox could be said to have gotten to where she was today because of the help she received from the military. Uncle Jen was a first-class sergeant major and Principal Chen was a world-class sniper. They were the ones who groomed her and helped her get to where she was today. The military also provided her with a lot of convenience. It could be said that the military was Little Fox's home and the soldiers in the military were her family. Even though Yi Qian had never met the soldiers in the Chemical Defense Regiment, she recognized them because of their uniforms. Yi Ying had slandered her family first. It was no wonder Little Fox wanted to force her into a corner. With Little Fox's intelligence, if she wanted to teach someone a lesson, she would not do it herself. Instead, she would force the person to use underhanded means to harm himself. Xia Jinyuan, who did not intend to leave, glanced at the instructor of Class 1, whose lips were pursed into a sharp line. He saw that the soldier had maintained a serious expression. Although he was also very angry, he was very calm. He knew very well that he should not say anything about such things in order to avoid a bigger misunderstanding. He kept looking at Yi Jian. Clearly, he was somewhat surprised. He was surprised that Yi Jian knew about his meritorious service. What happened between me and the instructor? Why did you stop talking? Is it because you have nothing to say? Do you know that you were spouting nonsense? Yi Jian stopped moving forward. She stood calmly in front of Yi Ying, who was like a thorn in her back. She looked at Yi Ying with her beautiful black eyes without a trace of emotion. If you can continue talking, I will listen carefully. She had to continue, but she could not say that Yi Qian liked the instructor. Facing the anger of her classmates, Ying knew that she had to change her method. After her eyes flashed, Ying knew that she should be able to say something. His lips moved and he covered his chest with his hand. His face was pale as if he would faint from suffocation in the next second. He said with a trembling voice, "Yi Jian, don't force me. Don't force me. If you didn't appear, none of this would have happened. You say that you don't like the instructor? Can you guarantee that he doesn't like you? Can you guarantee? I'm not the only one who saw that the instructor treated you differently." Like a drowning person, Ying began to flop around. Her eyes were very bright. It was the unwillingness in her heart that supported her. It was even more so the crazily growing jealousy that supported her. She absolutely could not bow down to Yi Jian and admit defeat. She was Yi Ying. She was the one who could beat and scold Yi Qian at home. Her mother said it herself. He was just a piece of grass. No one would take responsibility for him even if he beat or scolded him. He was just a piece of grass. What right did he have to step on her head? Chapter 660. Today, she was going to taint the wretched girl's reputation. It would be great if she could make the students think that the wretched girl seduced the instructor. No, not everyone. Even if only a few students think so, it would be fine. After returning to school, this scandal would slowly spread. By then, even more teachers and students in school would think that the wretched girl seduced the instructor in the army. Thinking of that scene, Ying seemed to see the beautiful days. She said in a low voice, "There are over 50 students in the class. I've been with the instructor for 5 to 6 days and I've never seen him smile at anyone. I've never seen him talk and laugh with any girl alone. I've never seen him praise any girl. Ying, am not blind. I saw it clearly. Say it, say it. Do you dare say that the instructor doesn't like you? You don't dare. He's obviously flirting with you, yet you're still speaking so righteously. Yi Qian, you're the one who disgusts me. He even said that he'd bet 30 points on you. How much does he like you to have such confidence? 30 points? It's only been 20 minutes. How can someone who hasn't even touched a gun hit 30 points? Even if I don't understand, I know that's just a fantasy." These words struck a chord with the students who also saw the instructor talking and laughing with Yi Qian. Yi Ying wasn't lying this time. They didn't believe that Yi Qian liked the instructor, but they still felt that the instructor did like Yi Qian. Otherwise, why would he treat Yi Qian so well? Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "I also like Yi Jian from your class very much. However, it's not the like that this student is talking about. It's the kind of like that I admire." Student, don't you know that there's another kind of like called admiration? Is there an end to it? Every time he opened his mouth, he would say something that Xia Jinyuan didn't like to hear. No matter how well-mannered he was, he had to speak up. The sharp-eyed Ying stared at the instructor who was also speaking for Yi Qian, a complete stranger. She then said with a half-smile, "You might admire Yi Qian, but it's impossible for you to admire our class instructor." Ying. Yi Qian's voice was as cold as ice. He interrupted, "You think the instructor likes me? That's why you're so confident that I can hit 30 points? Are all your suspicions because the instructor smiled and told you that I can get 30 points? Is this your best evidence? It's because I can hit 30 points that you suspect the instructor likes me. On the other hand, if I can hit 30 points, wouldn't that mean I don't like it?" Yi Qian repeated himself, causing Yi Ying, who was eager to win, to completely miss the meaning behind his words. She nodded and said, "That's right. Otherwise, why wouldn't the instructor say that other girls can hit 30 points? Why did he say you?" "I understand." Yi Qian, who was smiling slightly, had already seen the political commissar walking over with 2 soldiers. His footsteps were hurried but steady. He then looked at Xia Jinyuan, who had an indifferent expression on his face. She believed that he had already seen the political commissar walking over. She also believed that this dangerous man wouldn't say something like, "He also admires me," for no reason. There must be a reason for him to say something like that. Yi Qian, who couldn't figure out Xia Jinyuan's intentions, said coldly, "You're slandering a soldier's reputation. Do you think you're in the right?" Chapter 661. No matter what his intentions were, she believed that he was definitely on her side. Ying did not see the political commissar walking over. In her eyes, there was only the face that was getting more and more beautiful, and only the person that she was becoming more and more afraid of. She gritted her teeth and maintained that cold smile. She said gently, "I didn't frame you. All the students were on the field for target practice except for you. Doesn't that mean that in the eyes of the instructor, you're the most special one?" Yi Ying, who had already taken the bait, didn't know that Yi Qian had already begun to reel in the net. She continued to speak righteously. "Right now, the instructor is so guilty that he didn't say anything. Only you, who have nothing to lose, are still arguing with me. Just now, this instructor said that it might be our instructor who admires you. Then you should at least show us some ability that the entire class can see. Maybe our instructor really appreciates you because you can hit 30 points. Hearing this, Yi Jian really felt that Yi Ying's head must have been hit by a door today. Was Yi Ying not afraid that she would show her real ability and directly crush her baseless words and her little technical framing? Also, he now understood why Xia Jinyuan said that liking someone could also mean admiration. Yi Ying really couldn't wait to see what ability she had to gain the instructor's admiration. Sigh, even he didn't dare to casually respond to that dangerous man's words, but Yi Ying didn't even think before saying it. Looking at the ignorant Yi Qian, who already understood why Xia Jinyuan said that he also admired her, said meaningfully, "It's just 30 points, yet you can still cause trouble. It seems like you're certain that I don't have that ability, right?" She didn't want to do anything to Yi Ying in school, but she couldn't stop Yi Ying from courting death. Liking someone was admiration, and admiration was liking someone. It was such a simple matter. She only needed to do one thing to shatter all of Yi Ying's accusations and make her lose face. Yi Ying, who didn't even know that she was slowly walking into a trap, raised her chin slightly with an arrogant expression. "It's not that I'm certain that you don't have that ability, but when did you, Yi Qian, have that kind of ability? Just based on yesterday's series of military postures with the instructors? Shooting and military posture are 2 different things. So I don't believe that our instructor appreciates you just because you have the ability to shoot." To Yi Ying, as long as Yi Qian couldn't prove that he had the ability and the instructor was so confident, then the students who saw the instructor treating Yi Qian differently would all believe what Yi Ying said. They would believe that the instructor really did like Yi Qian. As long as someone believed her, Yi Ying would win. What she wanted was for Yi Qian to not have any peace in class. Although their methods were crude, there was also the ability of public opinion to distort the truth. It was enough to ruin a person's life with rumors and slanders. Wasn't that how Yi Qian was destroyed in her previous life? But in this life, everything was different. In this life, no matter what Yi Qian did, no matter what tricks Yi Ying played, she was fearless. But Yi Ying, there's no such thing as absolute certainty. What if the instructor really admires me? The political commissar approached step by step. Yi Qian knew that the political commissar must have heard what she said. She raised her eyebrows slightly and continued with a smile, "Your suspicions aren't without reason. I didn't think that the instructor would have that much confidence in me." Chapter 662. Since you have so much confidence in me, how can I let our instructor down? Yi Jian's words were really? Yi Ying's eyes shone even brighter when she said that. She even said that she had let Yi Jian down. What a stupid thing. She had personally verified that every word Yi Jian said was true. Yi Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. When she saw the instructor's solemn expression, her eyes flickered with a trace of disdain. He was just a poor soldier. What was so great about him? Yi Ying, who was secretly pleased with herself, looked at Yi Qian again. Suddenly, she saw Yi Qian looking at her with a faint smile. Her heart thumped heavily for no reason. She suddenly felt flustered. What kind of smile was that? Why was she smiling at her? Stupid girl. What's so funny about you? Soon, you'll be notorious in school. Who will admire you then? Xia Jinyuan's smile deepened when he saw that Ying didn't know what was going on and had fallen into the little fox's trap. He seemed to understand why the little fox didn't do anything to Yi Jifan's daughter. It was because she couldn't be bothered to do anything. She didn't see Yi Jifan's daughter as an opponent at all. That's right. The little fox was able to issue a rage notice and use her actions to tell Yi Jifan that she was fearless. She wasn't even afraid of Yi Jifan, so why would she be afraid of Yi Ying? It was because she didn't take Yi Ying seriously that she was able to handle the situation calmly. Because she wasn't in a hurry to make a move, she used the attitude of a spectator to watch Yi Jifan's daughter prance around like a clown. Now, the little fox had made a move because someone had crossed her bottom line. What they saw was the little fox's calmness, but what he saw was a serious expression beneath that calmness. She was angry and annoyed. Only Xia Jinyuan could see the anger beneath Yi Qian's calmness. Yi Ying, if I don't let you have a taste of what it feels like to be slapped in the face, then I'll really let you do whatever you want. What Yi Qian didn't know was that if it had been another girl, Yi Ying would have really been framed. That was because no one could hit a 30-circle target after only listening to a 20-minute explanation. The political commissar, who was standing at the side and listening to their conversation, saw that even though the students of Year 2 Class 1 did not leave the shooting range, they were still standing in formation. He felt a little relieved. This group of troublesome high school students, after a few days of military training, he had been worried sick. This year, they had learned their lesson. Next year, they would still go to school for military training. Whatever field training, target practice, they would all be cancelled. Everyone would stand at attention. Huang Yishuan, step forward. The political commissar stood at the front and coldly glanced at the students with different expressions. He shouted loudly, and his strong military prestige made the hearts of the students in the class tense up instantly. Yi Ying, who hadn't been paying attention to her surroundings, shuddered in fear. The instructor stepped forward, walked to the political commissar and saluted. Year 2 Class 1 instructor, Huang Yishuan, reporting. With the leader around, it was no longer a matter of Yi Ying and Yi Qian asking each other questions. To Yi Qian, she had already said what she needed to say and had confirmed it over and over again. Yi Ying said that she liked the instructor and that the instructor liked her because the instructor said that she could hit a 30-circle target. To the instructor, it was really an unexpected disaster. Yi Ying, since you want to lose so badly that you don't even want to finish high school, then I'll fulfill your wish. Chapter 663. It was already 5 o'clock and the other classes had already started eating. The students of the second-year Class 1 were listening to the political commissar explain the whole situation. He repeatedly asked all the students if Yi Ying only said that they liked each other when the instructor said, Yi Qian can hit the 30-point target. The answer of the whole class was naturally the same because Yi Jian had confirmed it repeatedly just now. That's right, political commissar. Yi Ying said that she liked Yi Jian because the instructor said that he thought Yi Jian could hit the 30-point target. We didn't lie. We heard everything clearly. And this, I don't know which class instructor heard it too. Xia Jinyuan nodded and said with a cold expression, that's true. Regiment Commander Guo brought Xia Jinyuan back to the regiment and directly told the political commissar that this major looked like Commander-in-Chief Xia. When the political commissar saw him stand up to testify, he knew that this matter was completely unfounded. And this girl who insisted that there was something going on between the instructor and Yi Qian. The political commissar narrowed his eyes and smiled amiably. I understand. You mean that only Yi Qian can hit the 30-point target, which proves that instructor Huang only admires Yi Qian and doesn't like him, right? That was what she meant, but why did it sound like something wasn't right? Yi Ying couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. She just felt that something wasn't right. What did she mean just now? That didn't seem to be what she meant. Her meaning was very clear. Either the instructor likes Yi Qian, or Yi Qian likes or seduces the instructor. All of a sudden, Ying realized what was wrong. Everyone, including the political commissar, thought that as long as Yi Qian hit the 30-point target, there was no such thing as liking him. It was purely admiration. She was just spouting nonsense. No, that's not it. I only know that there's something going on between the two of them. Yi Ying said hurriedly. What did she say just now? Why did everyone think that as long as Yi Qian hit the 30-point target, the instructor only admires Yi Qian? The political commissar's face darkened when he heard this. He said in a low voice, "Student, don't bring your ability to go back on your words to the military. The military is a place that pays attention to facts. You clearly meant that the instructor thinks that Yi Qian can hit the 30-point target, so you suspect that the instructor likes Yi Qian. And Yi Qian can hit the 30-point target because he admires Yi Qian. That's what you meant just now. Why did you change your mind? Or have you been planning this from the very beginning? Did you deliberately come here to create trouble? If that's the case, Originally, I admired you for persisting in military training even though you had a heart condition. The more I admired you at the time, the more disappointed I am in you now." Yi Ying was no match for the political commissar. Her face, which had finally regained some color, turned pale again. "Yes, that's what I meant. Please don't misunderstand me." His face darkened. His voice deepened. Yi Ying couldn't withstand his mountain-like military might. She then heard the political commissar say to Yi Qian, "Hitting the 30-point target isn't a problem. How about 10 shots to make it perfect?" How could the soldiers trained by Fujian Town's Commander Lu and old Yen be cowards? This was a military unit that trained drivers for Zhongnanhai. Chapter 664. Perfect? That's not bad. There's no problem at all. Yi Qian smiled. Her beautiful face was mesmerizing. She saluted and said in a crisp voice, "I promise to complete the mission." Even the majestic green mountain became a backdrop to set off her military might. Putting down her hand, Yi Qian looked coldly at Yi Ying, who could not hide the panic on her face. "This time, you're the one who asked for it." Her voice was full of vigor and authority. Her eyes were firm and cold, exuding a strong sense of confidence. As Yi Ying looked at her, the panic in her heart was like a raging flood, rushing to the point that she almost couldn't stand steadily. The students of Grade 2 Class 1 also heard it. They were all shocked. "You didn't hear it wrong, right?" Yi Qian did not want to shoot 3 bullets. She wanted to hit the bullseye, and she wanted it to be perfect. "No way, that's so awesome. Don't tell me Yi Jian knows how to imitate guns. Damn, who the hell is she? How good is she? And Jiasin, do you know that Yi Qian knows how to shoot? Why haven't I heard you mention it?" And Jiasin revealed a mysterious smile and said sweetly, "Even if I knew, I wouldn't go around telling everyone. If I did, someone wouldn't be able to make a fool of themselves today. Please keep quiet. While you enjoy the change in expression on this little person's face, you must also enjoy the heroic bearing of our Yi Qian. Shooting is nothing. A small matter." She did not know if she knew how to shoot, but she knew. Since she dared to challenge Yi Ying, she would not let Yi Ying get what she wanted. That was because the Yi Jian she knew would never do anything she wasn't confident in. The gun was quickly sent over. It was the same gun that they used to shoot, but it was not a complete gun. It was a gun that had been disassembled and registered for maintenance. The Type 81 was the most reliable assault rifle in China. It would not malfunction with less than 15,000 bullets. It would only be overhauled with 20,000 bullets. But after being shot by a group of students who did not know anything about guns, how could it not be properly maintained? The military always did things quickly. The guns were immediately serviced. The Type 81 was a target gun that the military gave to the students. There were no guns that could not be disassembled, but it was not suitable to send it over. Instructor Huang looked at the disassembled gun and said, "I'll assemble it. Yi Qian, you go to the target. In order to let Yi Ying understand that you really admire me, I'll assemble this gun." Yi Jian took the rifle from the soldier who delivered the rifle and knelt on the ground. In front of the students' eyes and mouths, he quickly began to assemble the rifle. The handle was here, the butt was here, and the base had to be fastened. The gun that was sent over was not completely disassembled, only half of it. For Yi Qian, who only took 30 seconds to assemble a sniper rifle, the students only saw her hands moving and heard the sound of ka 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 as she assembled the gun. The political commissar, who was staring straight at Yi Qian, wanted nothing more than to hold her hand and say, "Student Yi Qian, our anti-chemical regiment really needs soldiers like you." Instructor Huang's vision was a little blurry. Every soldier knew how to disassemble and maintain a gun. There were often competitions in the platoon to disassemble and assemble guns, but he had never seen a high school student assemble a gun so quickly and so skillfully. After assembling the gun, Yi Qian fastened the magazine and said to the political commissar, "Type 81 automatic rifle, fire 10 rounds in a row. 10 rounds on target, perfect." Chapter 665. The political commissar felt that his heart was beating a little faster. Whether a soldier had real ability or not could be seen from all aspects. Quick hands, quick reaction. With these 3 attributes, as long as he was properly trained, he would be able to become an elite soldier. The little girl in front of him, yes, a high school student, was just a little girl. Her hands were fast, damn it. She assembled a Type 81 automatic rifle without a single pause. A gun that needed to be sent for maintenance. After receiving the gun, the soldiers would first dismantle the large parts, then the small parts. A rifle that was completely disassembled would normally have 80 to nearly 100 parts. This time, the major parts needed to be dismantled for maintenance were the gun stock cover, the magazine, the upper guard, the lower guard, and the parts that were not completely disassembled. Then there were the recoil spring and hammer parts. There were also more than 10 large parts. A high school student like her was able to assemble such large parts. Her hands were so fast that even a political commissar like him was dazzled. Fast, too fast, it was really too fast. In less than a minute, no, it should be less than 30 seconds. Whichever part she touched, it would be assembled with a click sound. And it was blind touching, blind taking. In other words, when she assembled the gun, she did not even look at the parts in the gun box. She could accurately feel what the next part was and accurately assemble it. The reason why it was so fast was because she saved a step of looking at what parts were in the gun box and what parts still needed to be assembled. Don't underestimate this step. She could save 10 to 20 seconds with this step. The political commissar was excited because he understood. But to the students, they were excited because they did not understand. But seeing Yi Qian like this, they were stunned because they did not understand. They felt that it was inconceivable and, damn, Yi Qian was actually so familiar with guns. How could she be so good? Because they did not understand, they were even more excited than the political commissar. "I'm scared to death, scared to death. Hurry up and help me. I even called myself a gun fanatic. Damn it. In front of Yi Qian, I'm just a fucking worm, a worm." Type 81 automatic rifle, the top gun made in China. I felt so excited just touching it. I even wanted to go back and brag that I touched a real gun. Damn, compared to Yi Qian, it's nothing. I don't understand guns, but when I saw that political commissar looking at Yi Qian with green eyes, I felt that Yi Qian was amazing. Our instructor is dumbfounded. He probably didn't know that Yi Qian had such skills. How could the entire class remain silent? They were all shocked by Yi Qian's actions. They couldn't control their mouths and said whatever they wanted to say. There were only 2 people present who were not agitated. One of them was naturally Major Xia. He had fought alongside Yi Qian a few times and had seen her shoot and protect her comrades. To a Special Forces soldier, all he saw was the basic skills of a Special Forces soldier. But it was undeniable that when he saw that everyone was shocked by Yi Qian, his feelings were very complicated. He felt a little proud, but also a little awkward. When his treasure was seen by others, he felt a little awkward. He only felt a little awkward, but Ying was miserable. She felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her body was so cold that it was trembling. She was really trembling. She could not believe what she had seen, but it was real. She wanted to say that it was fake. That damned girl Yi Qian had cheated. Someone was helping her. She really wanted to say it, but could she? Chapter 666. The instructor offered to help her, but she rejected the instructor's offer to assemble the gun herself. No one helped her, and she didn't cheat. How is that possible? How is that possible? I don't believe it. How can she assemble a gun? Why didn't I know about it? Ying stood rooted to the ground, her body trembling. She murmured in a daze. She couldn't believe it, and she couldn't accept it. She turned her head in a daze and looked behind her. She saw faces full of surprise. They were also in disbelief, wondering why Yi Qian could even assemble a gun, right? No, they weren't just surprised. There was also admiration in their eyes. It was admiration for Yi Qian, because they all thought that Yi Qian looked really, really handsome when he assembled a gun. Go Yi Qian! Go Yi Qian! As a good friend, and Jiasin instantly transformed into a cheerleader. She raised her arms and shouted, "You're the most handsome! I admire you! I love you to death!" Her shout was timely. Her loud voice ignited the passion and enthusiasm of her classmates. All of them raised their arms and shouted, "Come on, Yi Jian! Go! Yi Qian! You're the most handsome! I admire you! I don't want to say that I love you to death. Otherwise, people will say that I'm in a relationship with you. Haha." The mischievous boy raised his voice even more. His teasing made the whole class laugh even louder. Unity was strength. At this moment, Yi Jian had united the strength of the entire class. Even Qingshan Xiushui was shocked by the cheers, and it also made Yi Ying's pale face turn even more ashen. Yi Qian is really handsome like this. Xia Jinyuan said softly in his heart. There was a slight smile on his handsome face. It was as bright as the sun in clouds, and people couldn't help but look at him. The political commissar looked at the orderly and powerful cheers and sighed deeply. Yi Qian was a soldier in the Chemical Defense Regiment. This girl was born with the spirit of a leader. Even if she had the worst hand, she would still be able to play a good hand. Today's army needed soldiers with such a spirit of leadership. Tell the students to calm down. It won't be too late to cheer after Yi Qian finishes his target practice. The political commissar lowered his eyes slightly and reminded Instructor Huang, "The class you teach is not easy to worry about, but it is also the most powerful class. Leave a good memory before you retire." It was indeed a good memory. After many years, when Instructor Huang became a local criminal police officer and saw the girl who used to shine in his class on TV, he said to his colleague, "When she was in high school, I was her military training instructor." At this time, Yi Qian was only a high school student. When Instructor Huang blew the whistle, the students quieted down. Yi Qian checked the magazine one last time and gave the instructor an OK sign. Then he said to the soldier who was carrying a gun, 200 target, target number 5. The soldier was also shocked by the speed at which Yi Qian assembled the gun. When he heard this, the shock in his eyes became even more obvious. He subconsciously looked at the political commissar in his regiment and used his eyes to indicate whether he agreed to the student's request. The political commissar nodded slightly in agreement. The girl's observation skills were quite good. She even knew that the soldier who was carrying a gun was his secretary. 200 target number 5, 200 target number 5, 200 target number 5, 100 target number down, 100 target number down. He was instructing his comrades at the trenches to put down the 100 target and raise the 200 target number 5. Chapter 667. The students saw the target that was originally 100 meters away fall down in an instant. At 200 meters away, a black and white target appeared, standing alone. That was Yi Qian's target. The most crucial moment had arrived. And Jiasin gently clenched her fists, then tightly clenched them. "Come on, Yi Qian. Come on, Yi Qian. I can't let Yi Ying look down on me. I can't let her have another chance to stir up trouble in class." Among Yi Jian's friends, and Jiasin was the one who understood Yi Jian the best. She already understood why Yi Jian wanted to destroy Yi Ying's prestige at the shooting range. She wanted Ying to shut her mouth this time, so she showed her strength. Xia Jinyuan looked at the 200-meter target, then looked at the distance between Yi Qian and the shooting range. It looked like the little fox was going to hit the 250-meter target. Just as he was thinking, he saw Yi Qin nimbly and handsomely turn around. He raised his hand, stabilized the gun with his shoulder, took aim, listened to the sound of the wind blowing across the shooting range, calculated the wind speed, calculated the deviation, and fired continuously. Bang, 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 bang. The gunshots once again broke the silence in the valley. The continuous gunshots startled the birds that had finally gathered the courage to return to their nests. Some of the birds spread their wings and flew out of the forest in flocks. With a beautiful turn, they returned to the forest. The 10 rounds of continuous shooting were completed without anyone being prepared. But just as Major Xia had guessed, Yi Qian didn't even walk to the shooting range before he started shooting. She had previously told the members of the Shuiyu Brigade that as long as she touched the gun, a 4-dimensional image of the gun would appear in her mind. When she fired the gun, the 4-dimensional image seemed to have a life of its own. As the bullet in her hand moved, the bullet in the 4-dimensional image of the gun also began to move. Just like that, her firing speed was extremely fast. Even the special forces of the Shuiyu Brigade could not help but gasp, not to mention the soldiers of the anti-chemical regiment. The soldiers of the anti-chemical regiment, including the political commissar, were all dumbfounded. The students who saw this scene were even more dumbfounded. She didn't even go to the shooting range. She wasn't even prepared. Why did she shoot? Why did he shoot continuously? Why did it feel like he was shooting casually? More importantly, how did she manage to shoot so quickly? Before they could even react, she had already finished. No, they hadn't even prepared themselves to appreciate how she did her target practice, but she had already finished. How could it be over so casually? Ying also felt the same way. Why did it feel like she was shooting casually? The way you're shooting is a bit ridiculous. The political commissar, who was a little dumbfounded, came back to his senses. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh at Yi Qian. This kind of target practice is really ridiculous. Even the political commissar didn't believe that Yi Qian could shoot perfectly. The corners of Xia Jinyuan's mouth curled up. There was a hint of a smile in his deep voice. I don't think he's fooling around. He must have played it perfectly. What do you mean by should? What do you mean by must? However, in order to not let these smart students see through his relationship with Little Fox, he still used the word probably. Oh, Major Xia also seems to admire this female student of ours. The political commissar was surprised. Major Xia was a military officer stationed in Beijing. He only arrived this afternoon, so why did it sound like he was quite confident in Yi Qian? Chapter 668. Could it be that Yi Qian did not notice any details when he fired? That can't be right. I noticed everything. 10 bullets were fired consecutively without even aiming. Isn't that just casual? Yi Qian put away his gun and unloaded the magazine. He turned around and smiled at the political commissar. Can you guess if I hit a perfect target? If I were to guess based on my experience, your 10 shots were most likely off target. You did not aim properly, the political commissar said. The political commissar opened his mouth. His words gave Ying hope. She was excited as if she had discovered a new continent. She could not help but feel happy. She must have done it casually. Perfect? Ha, that would be a joke. But then, the political commissar said, but Yi Ying's heart was hanging high in her throat. But what? Hurry up and say it. Hurry up and say it. She stared fixedly at the political commissar who paused after saying, but. She wished she could rush up to him and make him finish his sentence. But from the way you loaded the gun just now, it doesn't seem like you fired casually. So, it's really hard for me to guess if you hit a perfect target or not. Yi Qian laughed. Only Xia Jinyuan knew how he fired the gun. He turned around and looked at Yi Ying. She was cold one moment and hot the next. Her face was contorted one moment and she was smiling the next. He raised his eyebrows and said, Yi Ying, why don't you guess how many points I hit? Yi Ying, who had been tormented by the political commissars, but tried her best to make herself look calm and forced a stiff smile. I don't know, but the political commissar said that you were too casual with your target shooting. I think the political commissar must be right. How could you hit the bullseye if you were too casual with your target shooting? She really wanted to say, I must have missed all the targets. But the political commissars, made her not dare to say it. Yi Qian looked at her stiff smile and glanced at her gently. He then said to the political commissar, Instructor Huang admires me. For his admiration, how could I lose? He purposely glanced at Yi Ying, whose expression was getting stiffer and stiffer, and said, In order to let Yi Ying know that there is such a thing as admiration, how could I lose? Please let the comrades in the trenches report the results. Yi Ying felt as if her heart was in her throat. It was beating so fast. She must have missed the target. She must have missed the target. How could she hit the target so casually? The political commissar looked at Yi Jian's determined face and became more interested. This girl was quite interesting. She was quite good at tormenting people. He took the walkie-talkie from the secretary's hand, cleared his throat and said, Target practice is complete. Fire 10 bullets and see what the results are. The soldiers in the trenches would not crawl out to check the target if there was no notification that the target practice was complete. Even if there were empty bullets, the soldiers in the trenches would not crawl out to check the target. Following the sound of Roger, Roger from the walkie-talkie, all the students craned their necks and held their breaths as they quietly listened to the set of numbers being reported. There was the sound of static. In less than a minute, the results were announced. 10 bullets fired. Actual results are 100 points. The entire class was in an uproar. It was a real uproar. The entire class instantly screamed when they heard the results. 100 points, all hits, all hits. All 10 bullets hit the target. She did not shoot casually. She shot seriously. 100 points. Oh my God. She really hit the target. Chapter 669. Perfect. She really did it perfectly. The political commissar looked at Yi Qian in complete disbelief. How did she do it? She fired 10 bullets from 250 meters, and every bullet hit the 10-point circle. Instructor Huang did admire Yi Jian. He felt that a girl like her was able to stun a veteran who had served for a few years. The company commander said that soldiers like her were real soldiers who had been on the battlefield and had the blood of the enemy on their hands. Therefore he suspected that Yi Qian was a soldier who had been on the battlefield. There were many things in the country that were unknown to the public. Those who had been in the military knew that some things were impossible, but they were possible. Now that she hit the 100-point circle, even a veteran like him admired this high school student. Amidst the screams, Yi Qian said something to the political commissar. After handing the gun to the soldier holding it, she walked to Yi Ying's side. With every step she took, the screams of the students in the class gradually died down. When she reached Yi Ying's side, the entire class was silent. Their gazes landed on Yi Qian, then on Yi Ying. For some reason, they all became nervous, especially when they saw Yi Qian's cold gaze on Yi Ying. Not only were they nervous, but they also felt uneasy. Yi Ying, how long do you want to wait before you apologize? Yi Qian asked coldly. His voice was calm, as if he was chatting, but it made everyone's heart skip a beat. Yi Ying didn't want to apologize at all. Looking at Yi Qian, looking at the face she had always looked down on, her subconscious reaction was to shake her head. How could she apologize to a lowly, wretched girl? Shaking her head was completely subconscious. But shaking her head meant rejection, so the rest of the class couldn't accept it. The students who had quieted down saw it. If Yi Qian hadn't raised his hand and waved it gently, they would have already made a scene. Yi Ying, did you force yourself to the point where the whole class looks down on you? Yi Qian's face didn't have a smile, nor was it angry. It was as calm as a mirror. This Yi Qian made Yi Ying even more unbearable. You owe the instructor an apology. As for me, I don't care. Ever since we were young, you have owed me more than just an apology. Just now, I told the political commissar that if you apologize, the army will not pursue your responsibility. I don't want to plead on your behalf because you don't deserve it. I don't want to tarnish the reputation of the entire class because of you, so I must see you apologize to Instructor Huang with my own eyes. No one will sympathize with you for slandering a soldier, and no one